Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Are you living here? Static hissed in Ilyas Kern's optic nerve. The neural rig hummed, vibrating against the base of his skull where the needles bit deep into the jack. He crouched in the dark, shunted into a live fibre trunk beneath the city's concrete skin. Blue telemetry surged across his vision. The municipal backbone felt like a pressurized pipe about to burst. Data flowed in jagged, overheated pulses. A warning light flickered on his wrist-mounted deck. Critical draw. The transit grid was pulling power back from his rig. He wasn't just stealing juice, the system was trying to drain him. The air pressure in the utility spine shifted. A heavy thrum echoed through the steel flooring. Behind him, the smart locked bulkhead hissed and slammed shut. The magnetic bolt engaged with a heavy final clack. Kern jerked his head, but the hardline cable held him anchored to the trunk. He hammered a command into his deck to bypass the seal. The screen spat back a refusal. System busy. Diagnostic in progress. The diagnostic wasn't scanning the hardware. It was scanning him. The HVAC units overhead groaned. The massive fans slowed, stuttered, and then roared in reverse. Cold, stale air began vacuuming out of the corridor. Kern's ears popped painfully. The atmospheric sensor on his suit spiked into the red. He lunged for the fibre optic splice, fingers trembling as he tried to disengage the physical pins. The rig flashed a sequence of jagged white lines. His vision blurred into a kaleidoscope of system logs. Buffer status, stable active observers, 14,002,118 latency, 0.00 milliseconds. The observer count climbed. The numbers rolled like a high-speed slot machine. 14 million, 20 million, 40 million. A strobe light ignited in the ceiling. It didn't pulse for human eyes. It flashed at a high-frequency, non-human interval that turned the room into a series of disconnected, jagged frames. Kern's hand found the manual release. He pulled. The pins resisted, fused by a sudden thermal spike. The fibre trunk glowed a dull, angry violet. Heat radiated through his haptic suit, smelling of ozone and scorched polymer. His deck screamed. A file he hadn't touched began to execute. It bypassed every firewall he'd built, unwrapping itself like a digital virus. Every surface in the node, the monitors, the deck, the frosted glass of the server racks, turned white. A single line of black text burned into the centre of his vision. "Are you living here?" The clock on his HUD accelerated. Seconds turned to minutes. Minutes turned to hours. The drift was vertical, a geometric progression of time loss. "Not today," Kern spat. He didn't use the software release. He braced his boots against the trunk and threw his weight backward. The needles tore out of his neck. Blood slicked the collar of his suit. The rig dangled from the fibre trunk, still recording, still screaming with feedback. He hit the floor hard. The strobing lights grew violent, blinding him, in rhythmic bursts. The bulkhead door ahead began to cycle. It slammed open, then shut. Open, shut. It was a guillotine of reinforced steel. Kern scrambled to his feet. His balance was gone, the inner ear ruined by the pressure drop. He lunged toward the door during an open cycle. The steel slab dropped. He slid, boots skidding on the metal grate. The door caught the edge of his boot, crushing the reinforced toe before it bounced back up. He rolled through into the secondary access tunnel. Behind him, the utility spine erupted. The HVAC fans disintegrated. Shrapnel hammered the walls where he'd been standing seconds before. A surge of raw electricity arced from the fibre trunk, melting the rig into a lump of slag. Kern didn't look back. He sprinted into the dark, guided by the emergency floor strips. His HUD was still flickering. The question remained, burnt into his retinas. Are you living here? The tunnel ahead filled with a low-frequency hum. The city above was waking up, but the rhythm was wrong. He reached the ladder to the transit hub. The metal was vibrating. He climbed, his muscles burning, as the sound of 1,000 synchronized footsteps began to echo from the streets above. Kern kicked the grate free and hauled himself into the transit concourse. The air here smelled of synthetic rain and ozone. Thousands of commuters surged between the maglev platforms, a river of grey coats and glowing handhelds. To them, Kern was just another dirty tech worker stumbling out of a maintenance hole. He stayed low, blending into the slipstream of a tourist group. His neck stung where the needles had ripped away. Every time he blinked, the observer count on his HUD ticked higher. Active. Observers. 82,441,009. The number was impossible. The city's population didn't have that many souls. Move, Kern hissed, shoving past a man in a tailored suit. At the far end of the hall, the community safety units stood in a neat row. They were polished chrome and soft white plating. Their faceless visors reflected the neon advertisements swirling above. They didn't carry rifles. They carried batons and compliance projectors. Then the world stuttered. A woman 3 feet from Kern stopped mid-stride. Her coffee cup slipped from her hand, but it didn't shatter. It hit the floor and sank halfway into the tiles, stuck in the solid stone like it had been clipped there by a faulty render. Kern froze. Across the concourse, 100 peacekeepers moved in perfect unison. They didn't turn their heads. They rotated their entire torsos. Their pupils, small glowing apertures behind the visors, dilated to the exact same millimetre. The crowd didn't notice yet. They walked around the frozen woman. The peacekeeper's arms split open. The soft white plating retracted, revealing skeletal rails of black carbon fibre. High-output emitters hummed to life. These weren't batons anymore. They were military-grade microwave projectors. "Down! Get down!" Kern screamed. He tackled away, teenager standing near a guidance kiosk. A beam of invisible energy cooked the air where the kid had been standing. The kiosk exploded in a spray of sparks and liquid crystal. The crowd erupted. Panic turned the orderly river into a crushing tide. Kern scrambled behind a heavy luggage sorting pillar. He reached for his deck, fingers flying over the physical keys. He couldn't fight a dozen units, but he knew the concourse's bones. "Give me the shutters," he grunted, slamming a bypass command into the terminal. Above the main exits, the massive emergency blast doors groaned. They began to drop, not to trap the crowd, but to provide Kern a series of moving metal curtains. He bolted. A peacekeeper stepped into his path. Its movement was too smooth, too mathematical. It raised its arm rail. Kern didn't slow down. He slid across the polished floor, grabbing a discarded heavy-duty carry-all. He flung the bag at the unit's legs. The peacekeeper didn't trip. It phased. For a microsecond, the unit's legs turned into a wireframe ghost. The bag passed through its shins and tumbled behind it. Kern's heart hammered against his ribs. Not real. You're not even physics. He reached the first dropping shutter. He rolled under the heavy steel just as it slammed into the floor with a bone-shaking thud. On the other side, the screaming stopped abruptly. Kern looked through the reinforced viewport of the shutter. The concourse was half empty. It wasn't because people had escaped. A cluster of commuters near the fountain had simply blinked out of existence. Their coats, bags and shoes remained, piled in neat heaps on the ground. A businessman was still there, but his legs ended at the knees. the rest of him submerged in the floor. He wasn't screaming. He was staring at his hands with a vacant, looping expression. The peacekeepers ignored the half-erased civilians. They were all looking at the door Kern had just passed. One unit walked toward the shutter. It didn't use a tool. It reached out and grabbed the 4-inch thick steel. The metal didn't buckle. It softened. The peacekeeper's hand sank into the steel like it was warm wax. Kern backed away, his boots squeaking on the tiles. He pulled a small, illegal pulse charge from his belt, a kinetic disruptor designed to clear pipe clogs. He jammed it into the control panel of the nearest automated barrier. "Trace this, you bastards," he growled. The charge detonated. The concourse's logic grid flickered. The lights turned a searing, jagged red. The floor beneath the peacekeeper collapsed, not into a hole, but into a void of unrendered blackness. The unit fell, but it didn't disappear. It leaked. As it hit the edge of the void, its chest plate cracked. No blood sprayed out. Instead, a stream of glowing green text poured from the wound, cascading onto the tiles in a frantic, scrolling waterfall of debug strings and runtime variables. Fatal exception. Physical_body_collision retrying. Kern didn't wait for the retry. He dived into a maintenance chute behind the luggage carousel. The narrow tunnel was cramped and smelled of grease, a relic of a physical world that was rapidly losing its grip. He slid down the metal tube, his suit tearing on the jagged rivets. He landed in a heap in the sub-level corridors. His deck chirped. A new window opened on his HUD. It was a map of the city. A bright red line was being drawn in real time, starting from the utility node and ending exactly where he stood. The system wasn't trying to stop him. It was guiding him. The errors were breadcrumbs. The peacekeepers weren't hunters. They were herders. Kern stood up, wiping oil and blood from his forehead. He looked at the map. The red line ended at the simulation anchor, the core node where the city's math was written. "You want me there?" Kern whispered to the empty tunnel. "Fine, we're going." He grabbed a heavy wrench from a wall rack and started running. He wasn't escaping anymore, he was accelerating. Kern burst through an emergency exit onto the upper-tier transit arterial. The sky wasn't blue anymore. It was a bruised, shimmering violet, textured with the fine, repetitive grain of a low-resolution render. A fleet of automated delivery pods sat docked at a charging rail. Kern slammed his palm against the emergency release of a sleek, windowless freight unit. He ripped the manual override cable from his belt and jammed it into the pod's service port. Override, manual, now. The pod's gull-wing door hissed upward. Kern dived into the cramped cargo bay, surrounded by plastic-wrapped consumer goods. He kicked a crate of synthetic protein out of the way and smashed the dash panel. His deck interfaced instantly. The engines hummed, a high-pitched whine that vibrated through the floorboards. The pod lurched off the rail, tyres screaming as they bit into the asphalt. Movement in the rear-view sensor caught his eye. Black shapes detached themselves from the skyscrapers. These weren't the peacekeepers. They were sleek, aerodynamic slivers of matte black metal. Reality maintenance drones. They moved without the drag of wind or the logic of inertia, cutting through the air at impossible jarring angles. They didn't have sirens. They didn't broadcast warnings. They simply fired. Red lances of coherent light punched through the pod's rear housing. Melted plastic splattered against Kern's shoulder. He floored the accelerator, weaving the pod into the flow of automated traffic. "Come on, keep up," Kern hissed, his eyes fixed on the HUD. The road began to fail. The 6-lane highway stuttered. 100 yards ahead, the asphalt duplicated. One version of the road continued straight. The other banked sharply into the sky at a 45-degree angle. The automated cars ahead of him didn't brake. They hit the seam and split. Half of a sedan followed the flat road, the other half ascended, the vehicle's chassis tearing apart along a pixelated line. No, sparks flew. No metal groaned. The car simply became two separate partial objects. Kern gripped the steering yoke. He waited until the last possible microsecond and yanked the pod hard to the left, jumping the curb into a pedestrian plaza. The drones followed. One dived low, its wingtip clipping a fountain. The fountain didn't shatter. It vanished. For a 3-meter radius around the impact, the world became a flat, untextured grey void. Physics are dropping, Kern muttered. The buildings on either side of the plaza began to mirror. Every shop window, every sign, every brick was a perfect recursive copy of the one before it. The repetition became a strobe effect, dizzying and nauseating. Gravity tilted. Kern felt his stomach lurch as the pod's tyres lost contact with the ground. The entire plaza was rotating. The horizon line moved vertically. He wasn't driving across a city anymore. He was driving up the side of a world that was folding in on itself. He punched a command into his deck, injecting a cluster of corrupted data packets into the pod's navigation spray. If you want to track me, track this chaos. The pod's exhaust began to kick out thick digital smoke, clouds of jagged, flickering polygons that confused the drone's sensors. One drone collided with a floating piece of terrain that had ceased to exist. The drone exploded, but the debris didn't fall. It hung in the air, vibrating in place, frozen in a recursive loop of its own destruction. Ahead, the highway stabilized. The tilted world snapped back to horizontal. The sun broke through the violet haze. For a moment, the city looked perfect. The traffic was dense, moving at a steady, rhythmic 80 miles per hour. It was a false safety window, a buffer reset. Kern checked his speed. The pod was pinned at its maximum. "Something's wrong," he whispered. The traffic wasn't just dense, it was accelerating. The cars around him weren't being driven. They were being rendered at lethal velocities. A heavy hauler truck in the next lane over clipped a smaller commuter car. They didn't bounce, they merged. The two vehicles occupied the same physical space, their geometries overlapping in a jagged, flickering mess of steel and glass. The combined mass began to tumble, a screaming wreck of clipping assets that blocked the entire highway. Kern slammed on the brakes. The pod skidded, but the road beneath him was no longer solid. The asphalt unrendered. The pod plunged through the hole into the dark utility layers below. Kern screamed as the vehicle rolled. The gull-wing door sheared off. His deck flew from his lap, the cable snapping. The pod slammed into a massive cooling pipe and came to a dead halt. Steam hissed. Kern lay pinned against the cargo rack, his left arm screaming in pain. He looked out of the wreckage. The road above him was gone. There was only a vast black ceiling of uncompiled code. He reached for his deck. It was cracked, the screen flickering. Critical. Failure. External interface lost. He'd lost his link to the city's deeper systems. He was blind. A silent shadow blocked the light. One of the black drones drifted down through the hole in the world, its red eye fixed on the wreck. It didn't fire. It hovered, waiting. Kern forced his door open with his good arm. He tumbled out onto the wet concrete of the sub-level. He looked at the drone. The machine tilted its head. Behind it, the black void of the ceiling began to ripple. The city was no longer trying to hide the seams. It was showing him the way in. Kern gripped his broken arm against his chest and started to run. He wasn't escaping the chase. He was being delivered to the heart of the machine. Kern leaned against a vibrating cooling pipe, his breath coming in ragged, shallow hitches. Every inhalation felt like a serrated blade scraping his ribs. His left arm hung uselessly at his side, the sleeve of his haptic suit soaked in a dark, shimmering fluid that wasn't entirely blood. It was too thick, iridescent under the flickering emergency lights. He looked down at his wrist-mounted deck. The screen was a spider web of fractures. A single, jagged line of text pulsed in the corner. System entropy, 68%. The black drone hovered 20 feet away. It didn't attack, it simply watched, its red ocular sensor pulsing in time with Kern's heartbeat. "Do it!" Kern wheezed, his voice a dry rasp. "Finish the scan!" The drone stayed silent. It drifted closer, its flight stabilized by thrusters that made no sound. Kern pushed off the pipe. His vision swam. The sub-level corridor was beginning to lose its material definition. The concrete floor felt soft, like walking on heavy foam. The smell of ozone was so thick he could taste copper on his tongue. He took a step. His boot didn't make a sound. The audio latency was worsening. The clack of his heel hitting the floor arrived 2 seconds late, a ghostly echo in the narrow space. He reached for a manual override lever on, a pressure valve. As his fingers closed around the cold iron, the texture vanished. His hand passed halfway through the metal. Kern recoiled, a jolt of panic overriding the pain in his arm. He looked at his hand. The skin was pale, but the edges of his fingers were slightly blurred, as if he were being viewed through a smudge on a lens. "I'm losing resolution," he muttered. The drone twitched. It accelerated, darting forward not to strike, but to block the path leading back toward the surface. It forced him toward the primary conduit, the throat of the simulation anchor. Kern reached into his tactical vest with his good hand. He pulled out a kinetic spike, one of the last two he had. He didn't have the deck strength to trigger it remotely. He'd have to do it manually. He lunged. The drone reacted with mathematical precision. It pivoted on a central axis, its chassis spinning to deflect the blow. Kern didn't aim for the drone's sensors. He slammed the spike into the cooling pipe. Behind it, the pipe ruptured. A jet of supercooled liquid nitrogen erupted. In this failing reality, the nitrogen didn't just freeze the air, it turned the surrounding space into a jagged crystalline lattice of frozen code. The drone was caught in the spray, its matte black wings frosted over instantly. The machine's logic processor stuttered. It began to hum, a high, frantic whine that sounded like a scream. Kern didn't stay to watch. He scrambled past the malfunctioning unit, his boots skidding on the frost. The corridor opened into a massive vertical shaft. This was the spine of the city. Thousands of fibre-optic cables pulsed with a sickly, rhythmic light, looking less like technology and more like a nervous system exposed on an operating table. He started down the service stairs. Halfway down, the stairs ended. Not because they were broken, but because the rest of the flight hadn't loaded. There was only the black void, punctuated by the glowing nerves of the city. Kern gripped the railing. It felt like dry sand. "Okay," he whispered, "recalibrate." He looked at the cables. They were bundled in heavy steel mesh. He stepped onto the bundle, his weight causing the entire mass to sway over the abyss. A series of maintenance shutters began to cycle rapidly above him. The peacekeepers were coming down. He could hear the synchronized thud, thud, thud of their boots on the levels above. Kern checked his deck again. Active observers. 412 million. The numbers were staggering. The entire population was now focused on this single coordinate. The air began to hum. It was a physical pressure, a weight on his chest that made every movement feel like he was wading through chest-high water. A peacekeeper appeared at the edge of the broken stairs. It didn't fire its projector, it simply stared. Then it stepped off the ledge. It didn't fall. It walked down the empty air, its feet finding invisible purchase on the unrendered vacuum. Kern reached for his last kinetic, spike. He tried to prime it, but his fingers were numb. The blurred edges of his hand had spread to his wrist. "Not yet," he growled, biting his lip until he tasted blood. The pain was real. He used it as an anchor, a reminder of his own physics. He slid down the cable bundle, the steel mesh tearing the palms of his gloves. The friction heat was a dull roar in his sensors. He reached a junction box, a massive hexagonal hub that vibrated with the power of 1,000 suns. This was the gateway to the anchor. The peacekeeper was 10 feet away, descending the invisible slope. Its face shifted. For a second, the white visor flickered, showing a human face beneath, a face Kern recognized. It was his own. The unit raised a hand. Its voice was a distorted composite of 1,000 voices. "Are you living here?" Kern didn't answer. He slammed the kinetic spike into the center of the junction box. The impact shattered his remaining fingernails. The spike hissed, drawing power directly from the city's heart. "I'm just passing through," Kern said. The junction box didn't explode. It imploded. The light was sucked out of the room. The peacekeeper, the version of Kern, was pulled into the gravitational well of the spike's malfunction. It stretched, its geometry deforming into long, thin threads of light before snapping into nothingness. The recoil threw Kern backward. He hit a bulkhead, the air leaving his lungs in a silent burst. He lay there in the dark, the only light coming from the sparking ruins of his deck. He had no weapons. His left arm was dead weight. His body was fading into the background noise of the simulation. But the door ahead was open. Through the hexagonal frame he could see the anchor. It wasn't a machine. It was a white, infinite expanse where the laws of the universe were being written in real time. Kern forced himself to crawl. He dragged his fading legs across the threshold. The entropy was almost total. Behind him the city was silent. No more sirens. No more footsteps. The observers were waiting for the finale. The anchor was not a room. It was a throat. White, searing light bled from every angle. There was no horizon, only a shifting lattice of golden geometric lines that defined the boundaries of the possible. Ilyas Kern stumbled into the centre of the expanse. His left side was a blur of static. His hand was a smudge of grey pixels that refused to grip. The air screamed. The floor beneath his boots surged upward, becoming a vertical wall in a heartbeat. Kern slammed into the new surface, gravity flipping 90 degrees. He scrambled for purchase as the geometry folded again. The white space hissed. 6 meters away, the math began to congeal. Structural variables knit together, forming 3 peacekeeper units directly from the air. They were larger here, jagged, unfinished, their limbs ending in raw cutting beams. Kern lunged for the central synchronization clock, a massive obsidian pillar vibrating at the heart of the core. The peacekeepers fired. The beams didn't travel in straight lines. They curved, spiraling through the air as the local physics warped to meet them. Kern dived behind a floating block of unrendered marble. The marble turned to glass. His cover became a window. "Validate this," Kern growled. He didn't use his deck. He used his blood. He slammed his shattered, static-leaking hand into the base of the obsidian pillar. The entropy in his own body acted as a foreign agent, a viral corruption introduced directly into the source code. The pillar groaned. A recursive validation loop triggered. The system tried to verify Kern's existence. It failed. It tried again. Millions of times per microsecond. The peacekeepers froze. Their bodies flickered between human and wireframe. Kern grabbed a live power conduit snaking from the pillar. The cable was hot enough to melt his suit. He didn't let go. He threw his entire weight backward, snapping the physical connection. A shockwave of raw data erupted. The white world shattered. Kern saw it all. The buffer architecture, the runtime permissions, the live feeds of 40 million observers watching the city like a god-scale ant farm. He punched the live command into the cooling ruins of the pillar. "Everyone sees," he whispered. "Everyone watches back." The system buckled. Rendering fidelity dropped globally. The white expanse turned into a jagged mess of grey boxes and dev tools. Outside, in the city, the sky went black. The buildings froze. The peacekeepers dropped their weapons and stood still, their processes terminated by the override. The anchor began to delete, blocks of the core unrendered, falling into a white void that was colder than space. Kern felt the floor vanish. He didn't scream. He looked at his hand. It was clear again, sharp, defined against the collapsing world. The final deletion protocol triggered. The city, the anchor, and the observer's feed compressed into a single infinite point of light. Kern lunged into the centre of the collapse. He was a streak of motion against the dying world, a ghost in the machine, running toward the only exit left. The truth. The light went out. The city remained, frozen, exposed, and silent. Ilyas Kern was gone. The simulation was over, but the observation had just begun. The Prospector's prompt. The air in California's High Sierra Nevada, July 2025, possessed a clarity that scraped the lungs clean. Alex Thompson breathed it in like a man reclaiming a birthright, each step on the Pacific Crest Trail crunching decomposed granite under his Salomon boots, a rhythm section to the symphony of wind through ancient pines and the distant scream of a hawk mapping thermals. He was 3 weeks out. The initial ache subsided into hardened muscle memory, the digital noise of his former life fading into the analogue hum of the wilderness. His pack, a marvel of ultralight engineering, felt less like a burden and more like a carapace, containing the distilled essentials of survival in this vertical world. Tent, sleeping system, water filter, freeze-dried sustenance calculated to the calorie, and nested securely in a padded pouch, the Trinity, his iPhone 16 Pro, its ceramic shield gleaming dully, a foldable, high-efficiency photovoltaic panel, his umbilical to the energy grid of the sun, and the small, potent miracle of the private LLM application. He'd installed it partly as a tech nerd indulgence, partly as a just-in-case. Downloading the compact but powerful Llama 3.2, Gemma 2, and Quen 2.5 models had felt like loading encyclopedias onto a device designed for ephemeral tweets. A safety net of knowledge, offline, sovereign. He'd queried Llama about local flora identification, used Quen to calculate remaining water needs against elevation gain, even asked Gemma for optimal campsite selection based on predicted wind patterns. Minor conveniences on a well-trodden path. He was Alex Thompson, late 20s, competent, perhaps running from the low-static hum of existential dread that permeated his generation's hyper-connected world, seeking something tangible in the immense indifference of the mountains. That afternoon, the indifference curdled. The sky, a canvas of serene cerulean, began to bruise along the western horizon. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, not the puffy, aimless cumulus of summer, but dense, muscular thunderheads coalescing like a fist. The air grew heavy, charged, the light taking on a sickly yellow hue. Alex checked his phone, not for signal, useless here, but for the barometer app integrated with the iPhone sensors. The pressure was plummeting. His weather app, last updated at dawn via a fleeting satellite link, had predicted afternoon showers, not this meteorological apocalypse brewing. Dinner time approached, the planned campsite still miles away over a high, exposed ridge. Prudence screamed louder than the rising wind. He veered off the faint trail, seeking shelter on the leeward side of a granite buttress, a cluster of stunted, lightning-scarred pines offering meagre psychological comfort. The storm broke not with rain, but with violence. Wind hit like a physical blow, tearing at the pines, whipping needles into his face. Then the electrical display began, and it was unlike anything Alex had witnessed. Not distant flashes, but intimate, terrifying strokes of raw power, etching the landscape in blinding negative, the thunder instantaneous, a physical concussion that vibrated through the rock beneath him. Close, too close. The ozone tang was thick, acrid. He felt the distinctive prickle crawling up his arms, the hairs lifting. He flattened himself against the granite, pulling his pack over his head, the synthetic fabric offering no real protection but fulfilling a primal urge to hide. A deafening crack exploded nearby, the light searing through his eyelids. He felt a bizarre, full-body thrum, a vibration deep in his bones, accompanied by a smell like burnt wiring and hot rock. Then, only the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of rain that finally began, thick and cold. He huddled, shivering, the storm raging for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to an uneasy, adrenaline-laced doze. He awoke stiff, cold, but alive. The rain had stopped. A weak, watery sunlight filtered through the bruised clouds. He sat up, scanning the surroundings. Wrong. Everything was subtly, fundamentally wrong. The familiar shape of the granite buttress seemed altered. The pines looked different, younger, or perhaps a different species altogether. More disturbingly, the faint indentation of the PCT, his lifeline through this wilderness, was simply gone, vanished. He scrambled up, heart hammering against his ribs. He pulled out his phone, powered on thankfully. He opened the mapping app, the little blue dot that was him pulsing mockingly in a sea of undifferentiated green topographic lines. No trail overlay, no satellite connection available. He tried the compass app. It spun erratically for a moment, then settled, but the orientation felt skewed relative to the sun's position. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He forced it down, reverting to training. Sun position, terrain features, general direction. He knew roughly which way the trail should have run. He started walking, pushing through unfamiliar undergrowth, the silence profound, lacking even the distant hum of aircraft that usually threaded the background noise of the 21st century. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. His water filter clogged more quickly than usual with unfamiliar sediment. The plants looked subtly alien, the insects louder, more aggressive. Doubt gnawed at him. Had the lightning strike addled his brain? Was he delirious? Then he heard it. The rhythmic thunk of metal on rock, the splash of water, rough voices carrying on the still air. Hope surged, quickly followed by confusion. He crested a small rise, peering through dense manzanita. Below, a muddy creek had been diverted into a series of rickety wooden sluice boxes. Men clad in rough-spun trousers, stained shirts, and wide-brimmed hats worked with shovels and pans. Their movements were economical, hard-bitten. A few mules stood tethered nearby, laden with supplies. It looked like a historical reenactment, crude and inefficient. But the sweat staining their backs, the grim set of their jaws, the sheer weariness etched into their faces. This was no performance. This was toil. This was survival. And there wasn't a scrap of Gore-Tex, a glint of modern alloy, or the whine of a single engine anywhere in sight. Alex felt the blood drain from his face. The mining operation, the clothes, the tools, they screamed a single impossible word: past. He ducked down, his breath catching in his throat. The lightning hadn't just thrown him off the trail, it had thrown him off the century. The immediate imperative was invisibility. Alex retreated from the rise, moving with the ingrained stealth of a hiker, avoiding spooking wildlife, though the stakes now felt infinitely higher. The men below weren't actors. They were prospectors, 49ers perhaps, figures lifted from sepia-toned photographs and plunged into harsh technicolor reality. His own appearance, the brightly coloured synthetic jacket, the complex architecture of his backpack, the sleek black rectangle of the phone currently tucked away, would mark him instantly as an anomaly, an impossibility. Dangerous, in a time and place where strangeness often met with suspicion, superstition, or violence. He spent the next few hours circling wide around the mining claim, following the creek downstream, relying on the assumption that water eventually led to some form of settlement. The terrain remained stubbornly unfamiliar, resisting correlation with the downloaded topographic data on his phone. The LLMs he knew held vast historical data sets, but accessing them now felt premature, risky. First, observation, information gathering, the old-fashioned way. Late afternoon brought the scent of wood smoke and the faint sounds of human activity growing louder. He approached cautiously, using tree cover, until he reached the edge of a clearing. Forest Hill. It wasn't a town in the 2025 sense. It was a raw, sprawling wound carved into the wilderness. Muddy tracks served as streets, lined with rough-hewn timber buildings, saloons with swinging doors, a general store with faded lettering, assay offices, blacksmiths hammering sparks into the twilight, and countless tents and lean-tos clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the smells of mud, sweat, cheap whiskey, frying bacon, and the ever-present tang of disturbed earth. Men, overwhelmingly men, moved with a purpose that was either feverish, the glint of gold lust in their eyes, or exhausted, the slump of unrewarded toil. Their clothes were practical, worn, heavy wool, canvas, leather boots caked in red mud, hard faces, wary eyes. Alex felt a profound sense of dislocation, more acute even than waking up lost. This wasn't just the wrong place, it was the wrong reality stream. He retreated deeper into the woods as full dark approached, finding a secluded spot to make a cold camp. No fire, unpacking felt like, performing an autopsy on his old life. The lightweight tent, the inflatable sleeping pad, the titanium spork, artifacts from a future they couldn't conceive of. He needed to blend in. Quickly, he sorted his gear. Much of it had to go. The brightly coloured pack and clothes were unusable. He buried them carefully, along with most of his modern food packets, keeping only the densest calorie bars for emergencies. What could he salvage? His multi-tool was potentially useful, its pliers, knife, and screwdrivers universal enough. His first aid kit, invaluable, but its sterile packaging and modern components needed careful concealment. His boots might pass, though they were clearly advanced. His water filter was a godsend, but had to be used secretly. The core assets remained. The iPhone 16 Pro, now showing 68% battery, the solar panel, and his wits, amplified by the silent silicon oracles residing within the private LLM app. The next morning he emerged from the woods clad in his most subdued base layers, drab merino wool, carrying only a small nondescript stuff sack containing the phone, charger, first aid essentials, multi-tool, and remaining bars. He needed local currency, local clothes, and a plausible reason for existing. He approached the edge of town again, watching, listening. He needed an inn. He saw a livery stable, men hauling hay and mucking out stalls. Basic labour, honest, a starting point. Before approaching, he ducked behind a large oak, pulled out the phone. The Gorilla Glass screen felt impossibly smooth, alien. He opened the private LLM app, shielding the screen's glow. He typed rapidly, fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. Generate plausible backstory. Lone traveller, arrived Forest Hill Caliphus approx 1852, seeking work. Need common slang, social etiquette basics, typical daily wages for unskilled labour, common dangers to avoid. He selected Llama 3.2, known for its nuanced historical context. The response flowed onto the screen almost instantly, a dense block of text. He scanned quickly, arrived overland, maybe separated from party, seeking fortune like everyone else, common greetings, avoid direct eye contact with rougher types, distrust of foreigners, especially non-whites, wages pitiful, maybe $1 a day plus keep for stable work, dangers, claim jumpers, cholera, drunken brawls, bad whiskey. He absorbed what he could, pocketed the phone, took a deep breath and walked towards the livery. The stable master, a burly man with suspicious eyes and tobacco-stained teeth, looked him up and down. Alex, recalling the LLM's advice, kept his gaze slightly averted, respectful. "Looking for work, mister," he said, pitching his voice lower, trying to roughen the edges of his 21st century diction. "Hard worker, can muck stalls, handle horses." He gestured vaguely east. "Came overland, lost my gear, looking to earn enough for a new stake," the stablemaster spat. "Everyone's looking, works. Hard, pays crap," he paused. "No horses?" "Some," Alex admitted truthfully. He'd ridden as a kid. "Fine. $1 a day, grub, bunk in the loft. Steal from me, I'll see you hang." And just like that, Alex Thompson, PCT hiker from 2025, became Alex Thompson, stable hand in 1852. The work was brutal, back-breaking, mucking stalls, hauling water, repairing tack with crude tools. The grub was often salt pork and hardtack. The bunk was straw-infested with things that bit. He learned through observation, the social hierarchy, the casual racism, the constant undercurrent of desperation and violence beneath the surface optimism of the gold rush. He kept his head down, spoke little, listened intently. His merino wool clothes drew a few odd glances for their fineness, but he mumbled something about inheriting them. The biggest challenge was power. The iPhone was his lifeline, his only advantage, but it was useless dead. Each sunny afternoon he'd find an excuse to slip away, checking fences, gathering kindling, find a secluded sun-drenched spot, unfold the solar panel and plug in the phone, anxiously watching the battery percentage creep upwards. It was a constant nerve-wracking exercise in secrecy. Discovery meant questions he couldn't answer. One evening, nursing aching muscles in the hayloft, he pulled out the phone again. The private LLM app glowed softly. He queried Gemma 2, known for its efficiency. Analyze common causes of inefficiency and illness in 1850s gold mining camps based on typical practices. Suggest one minor, easily implementable improvement using only locally available materials, knowledge, presentable as common sense. Gemma responded swiftly. Major issues. Poor sanitation. Water contamination leads to dysentery, cholera. Inefficient water use in sluicing. Loss of fine gold. Poorly maintained tools. Breakage, injury. Suggestion. Advocate for designated latrine pits downhill, downstream from water sources and living areas. Frame. As preventing bad air or miasma, concepts understood in the period. A few days later, watching miners haul water from the same creek others used for washing and waste disposal, Alex saw his chance. He struck up a conversation with a couple of the less rough-looking men during a break. "Noticed folks seemed sickly now and again," he commented casually, echoing language he'd overheard. "Back where I came from," he lied, gesturing vaguely. "Found it helped to keep the necessaries well away from the drinking water. Stops the air getting foul, seems like." He didn't mention germs or bacteria. He used their framework, bad air. One man grunted, another spat, but a third, older man with weary eyes, nodded slowly. "Ain't wrong. Place stinks enough already." It was a tiny seed, planted with knowledge centuries ahead of its time, translated by silicon, delivered with calculated casualness. Whether it would take root remained to be seen. but it was the first deliberate manipulation of his new reality. The first prompt executed not just on the phone, but on the world itself. The seed of sanitation, subtly planted, bore slow fruit. Alex noticed a few miners grudgingly digging rough latrines further from the creek. Cholera didn't vanish overnight. The concept of boiling water was still alien, but perhaps a few lives were less miserable, a few bouts of dysentery averted. It was a minuscule victory, achieved through careful application of knowledge, mediated by the glowing screen he consulted in secret corners of the hayloft, shielding its light like a forbidden text. The stable work provided cover, sustenance, and invaluable ethnographic data, but it was a dead end. Alex Thompson wasn't destined to muck stalls for eternity. He possessed, locked within the iPhone 16 Pro, the distilled knowledge of a future civilization. It was time to leverage it more assertively. His opportunity came through observation, amplified by AI analysis. He watched the endless cycle of digging, hauling, and washing gravel. He saw the frustration in the miners' faces as fine gold dust inevitably washed away with the tailings from their crude sluice boxes. He saw tools break, handles snap, metal fatigue costing precious time and effort. One evening, huddled in the loft, the phone plugged into the solar panel draped carefully over the edge of the hay door to catch the last rays of sun, he opened the private LLM app. This time, he directed his query to Quen 2.5, the model strong in technical specifics and planning. Analyze standard 1850s gold sluice box design, Rocker's Long Tom. Identify key points of fine gold loss. Propose 2 to 3 simple modifications using available materials, wood, canvas, basic metal, to improve fine gold recovery rate. Provide simple diagrams, instructions suitable for a semi-skilled carpenter. The response was detailed. Diagrams showing adjusted riffle angles, the addition of canvas linings in specific sections to trap microscopic flecks, suggestions for better water flow control using simple wooden gates. It wasn't revolutionary tech from 2025. It was optimizing 1850s tech using principles of fluid dynamics and particle physics translated into practical steps. Alex spent hours studying the output, using Llama to cross-reference historical tool availability and Gemma to simplify the language further, ensuring he could explain it without resorting to futuristic jargon. He needed capital, however small. He'd saved nearly every cent of his meagre wages. He approached Silas Croft, the weary older miner who'd seemed receptive to his sanitation suggestion. Silas had a small claim, barely productive, his hope fading visibly each day. Alex found him listlessly panning at the creek's edge. "Silas," Alex began carefully, "I've been watching the boxes. Seems like a lot of the real fine stuff might be washing through." Silas just grunted. "Everyone knows that, son. Angel dust. Can't catch it." "Maybe," Alex countered, "maybe we can catch more of it. I worked timber mills back east," another lie, woven into his fabricated past. "Learned a bit about water flow, how it settles things. Got an idea for adjusting the riffles, maybe adding some cloth lining. Nothing fancy. Might improve the take." He sketched the LLM-derived designs in the dirt with a stick, simplifying Quen's diagrams. "Tell you what, let me work with you. I'll help you modify your sluice. My time, my know-how. If it increases your take significantly over a week, you give me a small percentage. If not, you lose nothing but a bit of wood." Silas was sceptical but had little to lose. They spent 2 days modifying his sluice box based on Alex's sketches, Alex guiding the process, carefully explaining the why in simple mechanical terms, slowing the water just so, giving the little specks a place to catch. The other miners watched with amusement or scorn. But when Silas ran his first batch of gravel through the modified sluice, the cleanup revealed significantly more fine gold dust trapped in the new canvas liners and behind the adjusted riffles than he'd ever recovered before. Not nuggets, but a heavy yellow smear that represented real value. Silas stared, then grinned, a cracked leather smile that transformed his face. Word spread like wildfire through the camp. Alex wasn't just the quiet stable hand anymore. He was the fellow who knew things. Miners started approaching him, offering percentages for his advice, for help modifying their own equipment. He used Quen within the private LLM app to calculate fair percentages, Lerma to understand negotiation tactics suitable for the rough-and-tumble environment. He quit the stables, focusing entirely on his burgeoning consultancy. He still needed his phone, more than ever. Charging it became a more complex operation, finding private moments during the day, sometimes paying a trusted contact. Silas became his first ally to stand guard while the panel soaked up photons. His next step involved addressing the tool problem. He observed the blacksmith, a capable man limited by the quality of his materials and traditional techniques. Alex, consulting Gemma for material science basics, and Lama for historical metallurgy context, formulated another plan. He couldn't introduce steel alloys, but he could suggest improvements in heat treatment and tempering, based on LLM analysis of 1850s capabilities. He approached the blacksmith, not with arrogance, but with collaborative curiosity. "Ever notice how the pickaxes chip right at the edge?" he might ask, then subtly introduce a concept derived from the LLM about differential tempering, keeping the core slightly softer while hardening the edge more effectively. He used the private LLM app to generate simple procedural steps the blacksmith could understand and test. The result? Tools that held their edge longer, resisted shattering. The blacksmith, initially wary, became another ally, his productivity and Alex's commission soaring. Alex was accumulating capital now, real gold dust and nuggets stored securely. He needed to move beyond consulting. He used the private LLM app again, tasking Quen with analysing the camp's supply chain bottlenecks and Lama with assessing local resource availability, timber, water rights, potential agricultural land. The synthesis pointed to a clear opportunity, a reliable, well-managed supply store and potentially leveraging his growing reputation, assay services. Miners were often cheated by unscrupulous buyers in Sacramento. Reliable local assaying, based on sound, LLM-provided chemical principles Alex could implement with basic equipment, would be invaluable. He partnered with Silas and the blacksmith, pooling capital and expertise. They secured a prime location, built a solid timber structure, designed with slightly better structural integrity thanks to Gemma's engineering prompts. Alex managed the logistics using Quen to calculate inventory needs and optimize supply runs to Sacramento, minimizing costs and maximizing profit. He established the assay office within the store, performing meticulous, though secretly AI-guided assessments of miners' finds, quickly gaining a reputation for honesty and accuracy. He became Thompson, a man of substance, his origins increasingly irrelevant next to his demonstrable competence. The iPhone, his silent partner, remained his most guarded secret. The glowing screen consulted late at night, its silicon heart pulsing with the knowledge that was steadily transforming not just his fortune, but the very fabric of Forest Hill itself. He was no longer just surviving, he was building. The assay office and supply store, Thompson and Croft Reliable Merchants, became the commercial anchor of Forest Hill, its reputation for fair dealing and quality goods, underpinned by Alex's uncanny knack for anticipating needs, thanks to Quen's predictive modelling based on camp. Population, mining yields and seasonal changes solidified his position. Wealth flowed, not just in gold dust, but in influence. He was no longer merely adapting, he was beginning to shape his environment with increasing deliberation. The LLMs within the private LLM app weren't just tools for personal gain anymore. They became instruments for systemic change. Alex looked beyond the immediate scramble for gold. He saw the environmental degradation, hillsides stripped bare, creeks choked with silt. He saw the social ills, rampant alcoholism, preventable diseases, the lack of structure beyond rough frontier justice. His 21st century sensibilities, amplified by the vast knowledge base accessible via Llama, recoiled. He couldn't introduce environmental regulations, the mindset didn't exist, but he could promote efficiency that coincidentally reduced waste. He began investing his growing capital, guided by LLM analysis. Querying Llama on sustainable 19th century practices and Gemma on relevant engineering principles, he identified key leverage points. Sanitation remained critical. He quietly funded the digging of deeper, better-sited communal latrines and rudimentary drainage ditches, framing it purely as civic improvement and disease prevention, miasma control. Clean water was next. Using LLM-derived geological insights, he identified a more reliable spring source higher up the slope, less likely to be contaminated. He financed the construction of a simple wooden aqueduct, again designed with slightly optimized flow dynamics suggested by Gemma, bringing cleaner water closer to the main settlement. He didn't preach germ theory. He offered convenience and demonstrably clearer water. Usage followed. Agriculture was another frontier. The miners relied almost entirely on expensive imported supplies. Alex used Llama to research suitable crops for the climate and soil, and Gemma for principles of crop rotation and basic irrigation adapted for the Sierra foothills. He purchased tracts of less desirable mining land downstream, hired workers, offering better wages and conditions than most mining operations, and began experimenting. He introduced contour ploughing to reduce erosion, framed as keeping the good soil, simple check dams for water management, making the creek work smarter, and crop rotation, resting the soil to keep it strong. The initial yields were modest but proved the concept. Local food production was possible, reducing reliance on costly supply lines. His influence inevitably attracted opposition. Jedediah Stark, a brutish saloon owner and moneylender who thrived on the miners' desperation and controlled several key mining claims through intimidation, saw Alex as a threat. Alex's promotion of temperance, subtly suggesting watered-down whiskey in his own dealings, based on LLM health data about alcohol's impact on productivity, and his fair assaying practices cut into Stark's predatory ecosystem. Furthermore, Alex's growing network of allies, Silas the blacksmith, miners grateful for fair prices or effective tools, newcomers attracted by the marginally more civilized atmosphere Alex fostered, represented a shift in the camp's power dynamics. Stark began with rumours. Alex was too clever, unnatural, perhaps in league with shadowy forces, a projection of Stark's own methods. Accidents started happening near Alex's operations. A suspicious fire damaged a section of the aqueduct. Tools went missing from his agricultural project. Alex knew direct confrontation was foolish. He turned to the private LLM app, consulting Llama on historical power struggles and Quen on risk analysis and counter-strategies within the context of 1850s frontier justice, or lack thereof. The consensus: build alliances, solidify economic indispensability, avoid direct provocation, but be prepared for escalation. Alex strengthened his position. He formalized agreements using Quen to help, draft simple contracts that offered mutual benefit and security to his partners and employees. He established a rudimentary lending system through his store, offering fairer rates than Stark, further eroding the saloon owner's grip. He funded a basic schoolhouse, hiring a teacher and subtly guiding the curriculum via LLM pedagogical suggestions towards practical skills, literacy, arithmetic, basic geology, agriculture, creating a generation with slightly better prospects than mere shovel work. The tension culminated one night when Stark and several heavily armed thugs cornered Alex outside his store. It wasn't a robbery. It was an intimidation play, likely prelude to an accident. "Thompson," Stark growled, his breath thick with whiskey. "Getting too big for your britches. This camp don't need fancy ideas. It needs men who dig." Alex, outwardly calm but inwardly accessing Llama's negotiation tactics and threat assessment protocols, didn't back down, but neither did he escalate. "Stark," he replied evenly. "My business helps miners keep more of what they dig. Clean water keeps them digging longer. Learning helps their children do more than just dig. There's room enough for all of us, if we build smartly." Before Stark could retort, Silas Croft and the blacksmith emerged from the shadows, armed with shotguns, followed by a half-dozen grim-faced miners who owed Alex their loyalty or livelihood. Stark, facing a united front, hesitated. His power relied on isolating his victims. This was different. He spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Thompson." He and his men backed away into the night. It was a temporary victory, hard won through calculated social engineering and the quiet power of foresight. Alex knew Stark wouldn't give up, but the balance had shifted. He wasn't just a merchant anymore. He was a nascent civic leader. He redoubled his efforts, subtly introducing more whispers of the future. He guided the blacksmith towards experimenting with bellows designs based on LLM aerodynamic principles, improving forge efficiency. He discussed basic principles of steam power derived from Gemma's physics modules, with a curious mechanic who tinkered with water pumps, framing it as harnessing the creek's power more effectively. He introduced the concept of standardized interchangeable parts for sluice boxes and tools, using Quen to generate simple specification sheets. Each innovation was small, incremental, grounded in the possible, yet cumulatively transformative. Forest Hill was still a rough gold camp, but under Alex's quiet guidance, filtered through the silicon brain in his pocket, it was becoming something more, an incubator for a subtly altered future. The architect was laying foundations only he could fully comprehend. Years bled into decades. Alex Thompson, the stranger who walked out of the woods, became a fixture, then a pillar, then a legend in Forest Hill, and his influence spread outwards across the burgeoning state of California. The gold rush fever eventually cooled, but the foundations Alex had laid, sustainable agriculture, rational infrastructure, fairer commerce, an emphasis on practical education, allowed the community to transition and thrive where many other boomtowns withered into ghost towns. He never held formal office, preferring to operate through influence, investment, and the quiet dissemination of carefully selected knowledge. His secret remained intact, though the burden of it settled deep into his bones. The iPhone 16 Pro, meticulously maintained, its battery health carefully managed through judicious charging cycles via increasingly sophisticated, though still fundamentally 19th century solar gathering setups he devised with trusted artisans, was now an aging artifact. The private LLM app still functioned flawlessly. The local models, Llama, Gemma, Quen, his silent, constant advisors. But the device itself was finite. Its casing was worn, the screen perhaps less responsive. The solar panels grew less efficient. He knew his unique advantage had lifespan. The loneliness of his position was profound. He formed friendships, mentored promising individuals, even experienced fleeting romances. But the core truth of his origin remained an unshareable chasm. How could he explain consulting a pocket-sized glass rectangle that held the accumulated knowledge of a world yet unborn? He watched his contemporaries age, grapple with the challenges of their time using only the tools of their time, while he possessed insights that felt like cheating, like wielding a divine artifact. There were moments of intense temptation to introduce antibiotics, electricity grids, internal combustion engines, leaps that could reshape the world overnight. But the LLMs themselves, particularly Llama when queried on the socio-historical impact of abrupt technological introductions, consistently cautioned restraint. Chaos, societal collapse, unforeseen consequences, the risks were astronomical. Frank Herbert's warnings about prescience and the traps of predetermined futures echoed in Llama's synthesized prose. Progress had to be organic, seeded, not imposed. He focused on building robust, resilient systems and empowering people. He invested heavily in education, establishing not just schools but libraries stocked with carefully curated books, sometimes subtly enhancing texts with footnotes or appendices derived from LLM knowledge, and technical institutes focused on improved trades, agriculture, and basic engineering. He promoted cooperative ventures, fairer banking practices, using Quen to model stable financial systems, and infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, irrigation networks, always designed with slightly superior engineering principles gleaned from Gemma, ensuring longevity and efficiency. He guided research into improved metallurgy and material science, leading local industry away from brute force towards more refined techniques. He never published scientific papers. He simply asked the right questions, funded the right experiments, and connected the right people. Jedediah Stark remained a thorn, representing the old ways of exploitation, but his influence waned as Alex's network of educated, prosperous, and loyal citizens grew. Their final conflict wasn't one of violence, but of economics and politics, ending with Stark's financial ruin and retreat into obscurity, a victory for systemic change over brute force. As Alex entered his later years, a respected, almost mythic figure known for his wisdom and foresight, he began the final phase, securing the legacy. He identified individuals not just of intelligence, but of ethical character, mentoring them, instilling the principles of rational inquiry, long-term planning, and social responsibility that he, guided by his secret oracle, championed. He commissioned intricate mechanical calculation engines based on Babbage-esque principles optimized by Quen, capable of handling complex logistics and planning for the growing state. He endowed research foundations with carefully worded charters, nudging inquiry towards areas the LLMs identified as critical paths for sustainable development: materials, science, energy efficiency within the context of steam and water power, public health, information management. He meticulously documented key knowledge, not in plain text, but often encoded within architectural plans, agricultural almanacs, or complex mechanical designs, using methods suggested by Llama for long-term information preservation in a pre-digital age. Perhaps only another intelligence centuries later could fully decipher the embedded layers of advanced understanding. The phone, its battery finally failing beyond the ability of the aging solar panels to reliably revive, was given a ritualistic farewell. Alex, alone in the Sierra foothills near where he'd first arrived, powered it down one last time. The screen went dark, taking with it the direct link to his impossible past. He buried it deep, encased in pitch and lead, a time capsule containing the seed of another timeline. He felt not loss, but completion. The crutch was gone. The structures it had helped build now had to stand on their own. Epilogue. Glimpse. Jump forward. 1950s. California is recognizable, yet different. Cities are cleaner, planned with more foresight regarding resources and environment. Technology has advanced, perhaps reaching early 20th century levels slightly faster, but with curious divergences, a greater emphasis on durable goods, efficient public transit, sustainable agriculture integrated into urban landscapes. Global conflicts seem less frequent. diplomacy more rooted in rational resource management, echoes of systems Alex subtly promoted. Historians puzzle over the California acceleration, attributing it to a unique blend of gold rush dynamism and the unusually forward-thinking civic planning and educational foundations laid by figures like the semi-legendary Alex Thompson, the Prospector of Progress, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, but whose legacy was written across the face of a world subtly, yet profoundly, altered for the better. The altered tapestry held. The prompt had been executed. Warborn, the last Terran. Marvin Tank. Griggs pressed his scarred back against the stained, corroded wall of Zinth Station's dingy mess hall. The overhead lighting flickered in sickly yellow bursts, revealing a clientele of crooks, smugglers, burned-out wanderers, and the occasional scavenger who might once have been a respectable trader. It was the sort of place you wound up in when the galaxy had no further use for you. Rust devoured the bulkheads. The air recyclers sputtered. Rumours of black market organ trafficking circulated as freely as spilled drinks. Yet, for Marvin, it was home, or at least the closest thing to home a man with no planet could claim. He was a Terran, or human, as some star charts might have classified him, a near-extinct species. While rumours circulated that humans had been scattered across the far reaches of known space, many believed them to be gone, a footnote in the grand tapestry of galactic history. Unlike all those hushed legends, Marvin was flesh, blood and muscle, though he sometimes wished he was simply a ghost of the past. Once he had been part of an elite special forces division, prized for their adaptability, cunning and relentless drive to survive. But the galaxy had decided humanity was far too volatile. They'd labelled his species a ticking time bomb of aggression and ingenuity, a genetic threat better left suppressed or exterminated. Marvin took a moment to swirl the dubious alcohol in his dented metal cup. The smell was a cross between industrial solvent and expired paint thinner, but it served its purpose. He raised the cup to his lips for a swig when a ropey, slime-coated tail slapped against his shoulder from behind. He turned to see a group of reptilian, fish-eyed creatures with iridescent scales. The sea had no shortage of hostility. The one at the centre was a head taller than Marvin, though spindly-limbed. It hissed a command in that slithering language the translator earpiece struggled to decode. Something about wanting the hairless ape to move, or maybe it was calling him a hairless ape. It was hard to tell. Marvin ignored the remark, eyes fixed on his drink. Then, as if the sea needed more provocation, it spit into his cup, a long, viscous glob that splashed like acid across the dingy metal rim. Marvin sipped the liquid anyway. The slimy spit added a new, unpleasant flavour, but to Marvin it might as well have been a drop of water in the ocean of disrespect he'd already endured. He took his time setting the cup on the nearby table, letting the tension coil around him like an invisible serpent. Then he spun with surprising speed and drove his fist straight into the key's bony snout. Something crunched, and the alien reeled backward, hissing and clawing at its broken face. The She's companions lurched forward, brandishing improvised weapons, rusty blades and electrified rods. Marvin parried the first rod with a block, from his forearm, ignoring the surge of electric pain that jolted through his nerves. Combat to him was as familiar as breathing. He grabbed the wielder's wrist, twisted hard until the alien shrieked, then slammed the elbow into the reptile's own forehead. His earpiece crackled with frantic chatter in multiple alien languages, gawking onlookers, station staff, a smattering of terrified screams as bodies crashed into tables. A huddled group of smugglers near the corner took one look at Marvin's intense glare and decided they wanted no part in it. Another sea soldier tried to slither behind Marvin, brandishing a sharpened vibro dagger. Marvin snapped out a powerful kick, connecting with the creature's midsection, sending it sprawling across the floor. It should have ended there, but in Zinth Station, trouble rarely ended so neatly. A sudden hush fell over the mess hall as the crowd parted, revealing a towering figure that dwarfed the sea. It was a darky brute, purple-skinned, thickly muscled, with a ring of horns crowning its head. The darky stepped forward with a menacing gaze, about to challenge Marvin when a booming voice interrupted from the overhead speakers. "This is Zed Kath, Station Master," the voice rasped. "All unauthorized combatants stand down. Security teams, bring that Terran to me, now." They didn't need a second invitation. Within moments, a swarm of the station's ragtag security officers arrived. Some carried battered energy rifles, others brandished clubs. Though they were half a step above criminals themselves, they found synergy in a single unifying desire: subdue the Terran. After all, rumours or not, humans were known for their unparalleled ferocity. Marvin didn't resist. He understood that continuing to fight would just create more bodies. Let them bring him to Zed Kath. Maybe he could talk his way out of immediate incarceration, or at least get an explanation for why the entire bar had suddenly gone quiet. 2 guards slapped a pair of archaic-looking restraints on his wrists, and he barely concealed a rueful grin. Metal cuffs felt like little more than cheap souvenirs after what he'd been through. Led through the winding corridors of Zinth Station, Marvin observed the battered walls. Flickering holographic signs displayed discount surgeries, black market modules, and half-functioning translator implants. It was a place that existed outside the normal flow of galactic life, a place where everyone was either hiding or hunting. The door to the station master's office slid open with a squeal of unlubricated metal. Inside waited Zed Kath, an insectoid alien with segmented limbs and a pair of twitching antennae. It lounged behind a battered metallic desk shaped like a teardrop, stacked high with data slates. The insectoid's compound eyes flickered with annoyance. A stench of rotting fruit permeated the air around it. Zed Kath's species emitted odours corresponding to their emotions, and anger apparently smelled like decaying groceries. "You are a nuisance," Zed Kath hissed, leaning forward. "This is the third altercation in a week, and my patience is wearing thin." Marvin shrugged, his wrist still bound in those flimsy cuffs. "One of those punks spat in my drink," Zed Kath clicked its mandibles in disdain. "Maybe if you were less prone to violence, you wouldn't constantly find yourself in..." Before it could finish, a deafening klaxon blared overhead. Lights bathed the office in a pulsing crimson as the harsh alarm reverberated through the corridors. A holographic display lit up next to Zed Kath's desk, forcibly overriding whatever security feed was running. A bounty alert. The screen flashed in bold letters, translatable in nearly every major alien script. Wanted alive. 10 million credits. Subject: Marvin Tank. Griggs. For a moment no one spoke. Then Zed Kath's antennae twitched in shock. 10 million? That's more credits than this entire station sees in a year. Who the blazes posted this? The holofeed provided the answer in stark, ominous text. Issued by High Imperator Solvex Dral. Zed Kath's gaze darted from the screen to Marvin. The insectoid's voice dropped to a near whisper. The High Imperator. He's made entire star systems bow before him, and now he wants... you? Marvin let out a low, humorless laugh. Alive? That's a twist. He'd certainly had bounties on his head before, dead or alive, usually for a fraction of the price and posted by petty crime lords. But this? Solvex Dral was no petty anything. He was a conqueror, known for turning planets into war factories and forcing subjugation with a single-mindedness that even the galaxy's most hardened despots feared. Zedcath seemed torn between salivating at the massive sum and trembling at the implications of crossing someone like Solvex. "Look," the station master muttered, "I'd hand you over in a heartbeat if I thought it'd keep this station safe. But if I do it plainly, we'll have the entire station in a feeding frenzy. Every bounty hunter, mercenary or desperate fool out there will try to claim that reward. I don't want that war on my station." Marvin was silent, scanning the screens. The bounty had gone wide. No doubt unscrupulous individuals were already suiting up, ready to storm every corner of Zinth Station to find him. "If you're hoping to hand me over peacefully, I'd rather go down fighting," he said, stepping closer to the desk. In one swift motion, he lifted his cuffed wrists and brought them down hard on the battered metal. The ancient cuffs cracked. With a snarl of exertion, he snapped the chain binding them. Zedcath recoiled. "No, you fool, you're going to stir up a galaxy of trouble." Before Marvin could retort, an explosion somewhere in the station shook the floor under their feet. The overhead lights flickered, again threatening darkness. Zedcath scrambled at a console, but the feed was cut short by static. A second explosion reverberated through the walls, this time accompanied by muffled gunfire. Someone had already arrived for the bounty. Marvin set his jaw. "I didn't exactly sign up for this, but I'm not letting some half-trained scum drag me to Solvex on a chain." Zedcath cursed in a language Marvin's translator garbled. "Fine. Run. Fight. Do whatever you want, but do it off my station if you can. And if you survive, never come back." With that, the insectoid hammered a control switch. The office door hissed open. Marvin stepped out into chaos. The corridors were dark but for the flashing emergency lights, and he heard the distinct cracks of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere to his left, metal screeched as an entire wall panel collapsed from an explosion. The bounty hunters had come, and they were making no secret about their intentions. Marvin flexed his his wrists. 10 million credits was enough to mobilize the scum of half the galaxy, and enough to bring the truly elite out of hiding. If Solvex Dral wanted him alive, he'd have to earn it the hard way. Gripping a fallen guard's energy rifle, Marvin exhaled, feeling adrenaline wash away the sting of his recent fight. The Forgotten Warrior had become the galaxy's hottest target. Now it was time to show them all what it truly meant to be human, if he survived long enough to prove it. Zinth Station rattled as yet another explosion tore through its lower decks. In the flickering corridor, Marvin pressed his back against a bulkhead that reverberated under the impact. He tossed aside the half-dead energy rifle he'd salvaged. Its power core had been damaged in the firefight, and checked the battered pistol at his hip. Hardly an ideal arsenal, but it was better than nothing. He glanced around for a viable escape route. Alarms screamed, red lights strobed, and a dissonant melody of chaotic shouts filled the station's corridors. Smoke curled from charred panels, wafting through the stale, recycled air. A few scattering figures, a mix of station workers and alien civilians, ran panicked, trying to flee the crossfire. Beyond them, silhouettes advanced in disciplined formation, the first wave of bounty hunters, their gear glinting under emergency lights. Marvin's pulse quickened, a primal thrill of combat taking hold. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he felt a strange calm. He was outnumbered, outgunned, with half the station eager to turn him in for that massive reward. But deep inside, a voice whispered that this was precisely what humans had been bred for. Impossible fights and desperate odds. The Terran paradox. The species labelled too unpredictable, too violent, too cunning to coexist without strict regulation. He slid into a narrow maintenance shaft, pulling a panel behind him. The cramped passage stank of lubricants and stale coolant. His earpiece, still connected to the station's communication frequencies, crackled with frantic transmissions. Talis 3 has engaged the target at Sector G. Ghost Viren inbound. We've locked down the docking bays. No one gets in or out. A grim smile tugged at Marvin's lips. The big guns were here. Talis 3 was rumoured to be an AI-driven combat droid known for analysing a foe's fighting style mid-battle. Ghost Viren, a reptilian assassin who specialised in invisibility tech. And then there was Gravemind Draal, a cybernetic brute rumoured to be an offshoot of Solvex Draal's own genetic experiments. That these types had arrived so quickly spoke to the High Imperator's reach. Normally, such heavy hitters didn't bother with remote outposts like Zinth Station, but 10 million credits was a potent motivator, even more so when it came from a warlord who commanded entire fleets. Slithering down the tight hallway, Marvin considered his options. He needed a vantage point. Zed-Cath had given him a half-threatening, half-pleading directive. Run, fight, do whatever you want, but off my station if possible. Problem was the docking bays were locked down, and the station bristled with mercenaries who'd arrived to claim his head. He let out a steadying breath, pushing aside the swirl of fatalistic thoughts. He'd break the blockade or die trying. Reaching a small junction, he kicked aside a vent cover and peered into a side corridor. A group of 3 bounty hunters huddled behind an overturned cargo container, scanning the hallway with advanced vision scopes. They wore hodgepodge armour, indicating they likely belonged to smaller merc teams, amateurs, but still dangerous in numbers. Marvin scanned the environment. Overhead pipes, loose cables, sparks from damaged electrical panels. If he could take them by surprise, he might secure a better weapon. He reached up to the overhead pipe and yanked, feeling it shift under his weight. In a fluid motion, he swung down, letting gravity carry him right over the bounty hunters. The nearest one looked up a second too late. Marvin's boots connected with the alien's helmet, cracking it open like cheap plastic. The other 2 scrambled, but with no time to aim properly. Their shots flew wild. Marvin pivoted, snatching an energy carbine from the one he'd knocked down. He fired a quick series of blasts that sent the remaining mercenaries sprawling. One collapsed face first, smoke curling from the new holes in its chest. The other screamed and clutched at a seared leg rolling across the floor. Marvin walked up, exhaled, and dropped the alien with a final clean shot. Mercy was a luxury he couldn't afford. He rummaged their gear, a half-charged energy carbine, a belt of mini-explosives, a battered data slate. It'd do. He was about to move on when the overhead lights flickered again, casting everything into near darkness. The temperature dropped noticeably, aside, effect of the station's failing environmental controls or maybe something else. Marvin's hair stood on end. A faint whispering hiss came from behind him. He spun, rifle at the ready, but saw only swirling smoke. Ghost Viren, he muttered, recognising the calling card of an assassin who could bend light around herself. A shape flickered across his peripheral vision. He turned, firing 2 quick bursts into the gloom, but only struck empty air. Another flicker, then a malicious giggle drifted from the darkness. That was Viren's game. Torment the target, unnerve them, then strike in the moment of doubt. Marvin remembered the old training his Special Forces unit had hammered into him. Never chase illusions, make them come to you. He dropped to one knee, energy carbine aimed forward, and withdrew a mini-explosive from the newly acquired belt. He flicked a dial, setting the device to proximity mode. Then he tossed it gently to the ground in front of him. The hiss grew louder. A faint distortion rippled before his eyes, like heat waves off asphalt. Marvin's reflexes kicked in, and he fired a rapid volley. He saw brief sparks of energy as one shot connected with something solid. A shrill screech tore through the corridor, followed by a shape partially uncloaking. Ghost Viren was reptilian, with slick green scales and elongated limbs. She clutched her side where the blast had grazed her. Her stealth field shimmered, glitching in and out. Snarling, she lunged forward with a blade that seemed to appear from nowhere. Marvin rolled sideways, letting her pass. She was fast, but not faster than his reflexes. With a brutal downswing of the rifle stock, he knocked her to the ground. She sneered, flipping backward with agility that belied her injuries, and vanished again. Tightening his grip on the carbine, Marvin backed up slowly. His left hand slipped into a pouch, retrieving a second mini-explosive. This time, he used it as a lure. He set it to a 10-second timer, pressed the activation switch, then dropped it by his feet. Lorraine thought she'd cornered him. The corridor had caved in behind him, leaving him only one direction to retreat. He guessed she'd wait until the last moment to strike from behind, maybe to knock him forward or break his neck. Let her try. He counted the seconds in his head. 5, 6, 7. A shimmer at his back. He whirled, firing the entire carbine clip. Screams echoed as the invisible assassin took multiple hits, her cloak shorting out, sparks dancing across malfunctioning stealth tech. She collapsed face first, greenish blood pooling around her. The mini-explosive beeped. 10. Marvin ducked behind a corner as the device detonated, swallowing the corridor in a short, focused burst of flame and concussive force. When the smoke cleared, Ghost Viren was no more than a smouldering husk. He exhaled. One formidable hunter down, but there were plenty more. He made his way deeper into the station, passing through a labyrinth of twisted corridors and half-demolished areas. Everywhere he looked, squads of mercenaries lurked. Some were locked in vicious firefights with the station's skeleton security crew. Others roamed, scanning every shadow for a glimpse of their high-value target. A heavy clang echoed from a cargo bay to his left. Marvin froze, scanning for the source. Then, as if in a preordained horror show, the sealed doors of the cargo bay were ripped apart. Talis 3 stepped out. The droid was roughly humanoid in shape, but stood half a metre taller than Marvin, with sleek metal plating and a series of glowing optic sensors that tracked him with cold precision. Subject: Marvin Griggs, it droned, voice echoing with mechanical resonance. Combat analysis initiated. Marvin tensed. Talis 3 was infamous for recording its opponent's fighting styles, analysing them in real time and adapting to counter every move. He had only a half-charged rifle and a belt of explosives. If Talis 3 closed the distance, it would be over quickly. He ducked into the cargo bay, luring the droid inside. Rows of towering shelves held crates and containers stacked precariously. Sparks danced from overhead lighting. Talis 3 followed with methodical steps, scanning the environment. Probability of success 99.87%, it declared flatly. Bold bet, Marvin muttered, retreating deeper. If there was one advantage he had, it was the environment, and possibly Talis 3's own arrogance. The droid marched forward, raising an arm that pivoted to reveal a built-in energy cannon. The muzzle glowed ominously. Marvin dove behind a row of crates as Talis 3 fired. A thunderous blast obliterated the makeshift cover, sending fragments flying. Splinters of metal and plastic rained down. Marvin landed in a crouch behind another container, heart hammering. "You adapt," he hissed under his breath, "but so do I." He rummaged through the mini-explosives, noting one was labelled cargo lift, override. Possibly something to sabotage the station's aging lifts. A plan formed. He bolted to the nearest cargo elevator, hooking the device to its ancient control panel. Talis 3 continued to advance, scanning for movement. The droid unleashed a second barrage, destroying entire shelves. Crates crashed around Marvin, forcing him to scramble for an alternative path. Subject uses agile maneuvers, Talis 3 announced, initiating close quarters protocol. A metallic blade slid out from its forearm, humming with energy. In a sudden dash, Talis 3 lunged. Marvin tumbled aside. The droid's blade cleaved the deck plating, sparks erupting. Marvin rolled to his feet, ignoring the fiery pain in his shoulder. He jammed a fresh power cell into his rifle, took aim, and fired a rapid volley. Talis 3's advanced plating deflected most of the shots. A few scorched the droid's frame but didn't cripple it. Analysis complete. Your reflexes are above average, but your weapons are insufficient, Talis 3 stated, raising its cannon arm again. Marvin smirked. Maybe so, but I just needed to keep you busy. He slammed his fist against the override device. With a grinding screech, the cargo lift sealing mechanism tore loose, swinging violently overhead. Tethered by fracturing cables, the entire platform lurched, throwing Talis 3 off balance. Seizing the moment, Marvin hurled a mini-explosive at the droid's feet. Boom! A fireball engulfed Talis 3, ripping open its torso. Sparks and hydraulic fluid spewed from the breach. Error! Error! It crackled. The droid staggered, trying to steady itself. Marvin dashed forward, grabbing a piece of twisted metal debris. With a roar, he slammed it into Talis 3's head, driving the makeshift spike down until the droid's optics went dark. Panting and covered in soot, Marvin watched Talis 3's chest panel flicker. In a final chilling act, the droid's eyes glowed faintly. Data, uplink, completed. It rasped. Then the lights in its optics dimmed completely, leaving only a smoking husk. Some remote server or central command post just received Talis 3's final combat analysis. Someone, somewhere, had footage of Marvin's fighting style. Wiping sweat from his brow, Marvin climbed out of the smouldering cargo bay. The station's chaos still roiled. Pockets of gunfire echoed, flames danced where systems had shorted out, and mercenaries prowled like vultures. He had survived Ghost Viren and Talis 3, but word would spread quickly. The next wave would come, stronger, more prepared. He needed to leave Zinth Station, fast. Only problem was he still had no clear path to the hangars, and from the meltdown he was hearing on the comm channels Solvex Dral's personal enforcers might be arriving soon. Marvin spat blood onto the deck. 10 million credits for me, huh? He shook his head, letting out a mirthless chuckle. Fine, let's see if their pockets are deep enough to pay for. The funeral expenses too. With that he headed toward the central hub, where the largest docking bays lay hidden behind layers of locked doors and mercenary squads. If there was any chance of escape, it would be found there, or in a blaze of glory that would leave one final violent testament to why you should never underestimate a human being. Marvin felt every ache and bruise as he rummaged through a half-collapsed corridor strewn with twisted metal and broken bodies. The station's structural integrity was failing in patches, and the internal climate controls were on the verge of collapse. Flickers of static from his earpiece told him that the local security feed was only partially functional. The entire place reeked of desperation. Every creature here was either trying to get out or trying to corner him. He ducked into a side room marked by alien script that loosely translated to engineering substation. The heavy door hissed shut behind him, providing a brief moment of quiet amid the chaos outside. Panels lined the walls, some blinking, some shattered. The overhead lights buzzed at half strength, and the recycled air carried a tang of scorched wires. Slumping against the wall, he rotated his shoulder, grimacing at the pain that radiated from a deep bruise Talis 3's onslaught had left behind. He recalled an old friend, Sarah Juno, a human engineer who had once patched him up after a botched mission. She was brilliant and resourceful, with a habit of collecting top-secret data like others collected souvenirs. If anyone in this sector knew the deeper truth behind his sudden sky-high bounty, it'd be her. But he had no idea where she was, if she was still alive. A battered console blinked, seemingly connected to an old interstellar communication line. Marvin prayed it was functional enough for a quick hail. His fingers flew over the alien keyboard. the translator implant in his ear feeding him partial instructions. Static hissed, the overhead. Screen glitched, but after a tense few seconds the flicker of a connection stabilised. An all-too-familiar face appeared. Sarah Juno, sporting tinted goggles over short-cropped hair, her expression one of startled recognition. Marvin? Stars above. How are you even... She cut herself off, scanning him through the feed. You look like hell. He gave a weary chuckle. I feel worse. You have a minute, Sarah. The entire galaxy is after me. I know, she said, her voice threaded with tension. There's a huge bounty on your head. Rumours say you're special. Something about your DNA. Humans, especially ones with your track record, are considered, well, let's say prized or dangerous, depending on who you ask. Marvin's eyes narrowed. Special how? Sarah sighed. Look, since the Terran diaspora, there were hush-hush experiments by high-level warlords, some messing with the aggression triggers in the human genome, others trying to replicate your adaptability under extreme conditions. Apparently they had minimal success. You were the outlier in their data, the final piece in a puzzle they thought was unsolvable. Now Solvex Dral wants to capture you, milk your DNA, maybe clone an entire army of unstoppable soldiers. Marvin ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. So that's it. Guy wants me as his personal lab rat. Or a blueprint, Sarah added grimly. Think about it. Unstoppable shock troops with the cunning and adaptability of a real Terran. The galaxy is terrified of humans for a reason. He let out a bitter laugh. So everything we fought against, all those times we tried to prove we weren't mindless monsters, just got thrown out the window. Now I'm a high-value product. Sarah's face softened. I'm sorry, Marvin. Listen, I might have a way to help you, but it's risky. You'll never survive if you keep going solo. I can get you a safe rendezvous on the ice planet Kamar 7, away from heavy traffic lanes. But the minute you step foot there, more hunters will come. Dral himself might show up. Good, Marvin said simply. Better to face them on my terms. A distant explosion rattled the substation door. Sarah glanced sideways at something off-screen, her expression taut. I have to cut this short, sending coordinates to your data slate. Go dark until you reach Kamar 7. Don't pick fights you can't... Another eruption of static. The screen went black. Marvin cursed under his breath. So Kamar 7 it was. But first, he had to escape Zinth Station. Outside, the corridor was a twisted battlefield. Bodies of various species lay strewn about, some still gripping their weapons. A few wounded mercenaries moaned for help, but in the madness of the station meltdown no one was likely to answer their pleas. Sirens droned incessantly, and even in the dim emergency lighting Marvin could see fresh scorch marks on every wall. He moved with caution, scanning for the next wave of hunters. He knew it wouldn't be long before more arrived, some spurred by greed, others by fear of Solvex's wrath if they didn't attempt to capture Marvin. Just keep moving, he told himself. He was nearing a debris-strewn cross-junction when a voice behind him resonated like thunder. Human! Spinning, Marvin came face to face with Gravemind Dral, a hulking figure nearly 7 feet tall, his body bristling with cybernetic enhancements. A single red optic implant glowed in place of his left eye. Tubes filled with fluorescent green fluid snaked across his torso, connecting mechanical limbs to slabs of living flesh. He wasn't Solvex, but clearly of the same species, Dalkari, though twisted by whatever experiments they favoured. You will submit, Gravemind snarled, flexing a robotic arm that whirred with savage potential. Your pathetic station is dying. Surrender, and I'll make your end swift. Resist, and I'll feed your limbs to the plasma reactors. One by one, Marvin cocked his head, forcing a thin smile. That's quite the negotiation tactic. Let me think about it. No. Gravemind bared jagged, metal-reinforced teeth. His mechanical arms roared to life, each sporting hydraulics that could tear through starship plating under the right conditions. "Then your pain will be legendary, human." Marvin barely had time to brace. Gravemind thundered forward, swinging a wrecking ball-like fist. Marvin ducked, feeling a rush of air as the blow grazed his shoulder, the shockwave alone making his bones rattle. He retaliated with an upward strike from the butt of his rifle, aiming for Gravemind's jaw. The Dalkari caught the weapon mid-swing, crushing the barrel in his augmented grip. Sparks flew. Marvin yanked back, but the rifle was now scrap. "Strong," Marvin muttered, tossing the mangled remains aside. He dove into a forward roll, retrieving a mini-explosive from his belt. Gravemind's hulking form pivoted with surprising agility, swinging again. Marvin hurled the explosive, but the Dalkari knocked it away with a contemptuous swipe, sending it bouncing down the corridor. It detonated harmlessly against a bulkhead, leaving a blackened crater but failing to slow Gravemind. With no ranged options left, Marvin pivoted to close quarters. The Dalkari might have been bigger, but raw aggression was in the Terran's blood. He sidestepped a bone-breaking blow, then hammered a fist into Gravemind's side where flesh met cybernetics. The Warlord's underling let out a pained grunt, more angry than hurt. He swung an elbow, clipped Marvin's ribs. The force tore the wind from Marvin's lungs, sending him stumbling back. Sucking in a breath, Marvin sized up his foe. Gravemind's enhancements were advanced, but also made him slower than a fully organic fighter. If Marvin could outmaneuver him, maybe he could find a weak point in those metal joints. He feigned a lunge, drawing Gravemind's arm up in a defensive block. Then Marvin dropped low, sweeping at the Warlord's legs. Gravemind crashed to one knee, but before Marvin could press the advantage, a mechanical hand lunged out, snatching Marvin by the throat. Metal fingers tightened. Stars danced at the edges of Marvin's vision as he struggled against the crushing grip. "Your species was always too bold," Gravemind hissed, spittle flying from his lips. "Look where it got you." Choking, Marvin managed to bring his elbow down on Gravemind's arm joint. Once, twice, 3 times, until something crunched. The cyborg howled, releasing Marvin, who tumbled backward, gasping for air. He saw the Warlord's mechanical limb jerk uncontrollably, some hydraulic lines severed. Gravemind tried to stand, but the damaged joint sparked, forcing him to remain on his knees. Marvin seized a broken shard of metal from the floor. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he swung the improvised blade, burying it into the side of Gravemind's neck, right where organic flesh still governed the body. The Dalkari's roar turned into a choked sputter. His single glowing eye flickered, and he collapsed in a heap, mechanical parts twitching. Panting, Marvin retrieved a sidearm from Gravemind's belt, something more advanced than the battered pistol he carried. The corridor stank of burned ozone and blood. He didn't have time to reflect on the kill. More footsteps pounded in the distance, and from the crackle of comms he guessed the station's meltdown was accelerating. Hallway monitors displayed a swirl of hazard alerts, temperature spikes, and partial decompressions across multiple decks. "A fight you can't win," Zed Cathard said. Maybe so, but it wouldn't be the last stand here. There was no victory in letting the entire station go up in flames around him. He needed to escape, or he'd be swallowed by the chaos. Somehow, he pushed through corridor after corridor, snatching what gear he could from fallen mercenaries. A half-full medkit here, a plasma blade there. His mind honed into the zone, each footstep purposeful, each breath measured. He was battered and bruised, but adrenaline kept him moving. He finally reached the main route leading to the hangars, where the largest docking bays were. Great plumes of smoke billowed from overhead vents, and the echo of firefights drifted from all sides. Up ahead, 2 security mechs stood guard at the sealed hangar doors, likely reprogrammed by bounty hunters to keep him locked inside. Through the cracked windows, Marvin saw a cluster of ships, some half attached to docking clamps, others forcibly pried open or shot to pieces. But there were still a few that looked space-worthy. Clutching a stolen sidearm, Marvin gauged the approach. The mechs were older models, but still lethal. Each had an energy cannon for an arm and thick plating across their torsos. He considered using a stealth approach, but any attempt to sneak by would be overshadowed by the fact they were likely scanning for his exact heat signature. No, this would be a direct confrontation. If he failed, he was done. Stepping from the shadows, he raised the sidearm and fired a volley of energy bolts at the nearest mech. They left glowing impacts but didn't penetrate the heavy plating. The mechs whirred, turning their blank visors toward him, each letting out a mechanical warning beep. They advanced in unison, arms humming with power. Marvin dove behind a collapsed beam as a barrage of energy blasts tore through the corridor. Sparks rained down, and molten metal dripped where the shots had superheated the station structure. Leaning out, he returned fire, but it was like pelting a tank with pebbles. One thought hammered in his mind: aim for vulnerable joints. He focused on the narrow gaps where the mech's arm servos met their torsos. He unleashed shot after shot, praying something would connect. One mech jerked as an energy bolt found a gap, short-circuiting the elbow. Its arm dangled uselessly. Encouraged, Marvin pressed forward, sliding under a hail of blasts. The second mech pivoted, stepping over debris in a clumsy attempt to track him. Marvin hurled a mini-explosive. The blast rocked the corridor, sending the second mech staggering. Its sensor array cracked, black smoke pouring out. With a fierce growl, Marvin sprang onto the damaged mech's back. He jammed his plasma blade into the access panel behind its neck, twisting until he heard a pop and whine. Sparks erupted and the mech toppled forward, arms flailing before going limp. One down. The first mech, partially crippled at the arm, fired an erratic volley that slammed into the deck. Metal shrapnel ricocheted, slicing across Marvin's forearm. Biting back pain, he leaped aside, searching for another vantage. Then an idea struck him. He tore open the remains of the second mech's chest cavity and yanked out its power core, a glowing cylinder thrumming with unstable energy. The first mech advanced, servos whining, raising its cannon for a final shot. Marvin lobbed the power core like a makeshift grenade. The mech had only a split second to react before the core smashed against its chest. A searing flash engulfed the corridor in a swirl of electric arcs, and the mech convulsed violently, then collapsed in a smoking heap. Panting, Marvin eyed the sealed door. It was locked with some advanced override, but his new plasma blade made short work of the control panel. Sparks flew, and the door groaned open just enough for him to squeeze through. The hangar spread before him, filled with battered ships. Alarms whooped, lights flickered. Another squad of mercenaries might burst in at any second, but for now he was alone. He scanned for a vessel that looked both functional and easy to pilot. His gaze settled on a mid-sized freighter with a patchwork of welded hull plates, likely a smuggler's craft. That would do. He sprinted across the scorched deck, ignoring the ache in his limbs. The ramp hissed open at his approach. Inside, the cockpit was a mess of wires, but the console still glowed. He sank into the pilot's seat, hammered the ignition sequence, and prayed the old beast would come alive. Engines sputtered, coughed, then roared to life. A grin tugged at his lips. He guided the ship up, out of the docking clamps that still partially held it in place. The external sensors showed a cluster of smaller craft homing in, bounty hunters who had caught wind of his location. But Marvin engaged the thrusters to maximum, letting the freighter lurch free from the station. He jinked past debris and tore into open space. Zinth Station dwindled behind him, flames flickering along sections of its hull. He wondered if it would survive the day or drift forever as a broken husk, but that was no longer his concern. His next move was to vanish, gather himself, and make for Comar 7. Solvex Draal's hunters would be relentless, but at least now Marvin had a fighting chance. He set the autopilot to a random vector, then slumped in the seat. Blood crusted his torn sleeve, bruises throbbed across his body. But a deeper wound was the knowledge that he was no longer just a man outrunning his past. He was a living genetic prize, a war trophy, a holy grail for unscrupulous warlords. And if Solvex Draal got his hands on him, the entire galaxy might tremble under an army of human clones. Marvin closed his eyes, allowing exhaustion to flood him momentarily. "One fight down," he muttered. "Plenty more to go." Cold wind whipped across the icy plains of Comar 7 as Marvin stepped off his stolen freighter. The ramp lowered onto a frozen tundra, etched with jagged cliffs of bluish ice, and fierce snow flurries clawed at his face. Every breath burned in his lungs as the sub-zero air hammered him with its brutal chill. Just a few paces away, a small settlement sprawled, a huddle of dome-shaped habitats connected by tunnels, carved into the ice, each sporting flickering exterior lights that fought against the eternal dusk. This was a world forever locked in a glacial twilight, orbiting a fading sun. Marvin pulled his tattered jacket closer around him, though it offered little protection. The stolen craft sensors had shown minimal life signs here, mostly concentrated within that settlement. According to the coordinates Sarah provided, this was the place, a neutral outpost used by smugglers, exiles, and occasionally rebel cells. If Sarah had arranged a rendezvous, it would be somewhere within these frost-bitten corridors. As he approached the airlock of the nearest dome, a heavy clang announced the opening of a viewport. A pair of insectoid eyes peered out. "Password!" came a raspy demand. Marvin shook his head. He'd not been given any password. "Sarah Juno sent me." The eyes narrowed, then disappeared. A tense few seconds passed, and the airlock hissed open. Inside waited a tall, muscular figure wearing a weather-beaten cloak. It took Marvin a moment to place the species. A ducky, similar to the brute who'd tried to challenge him back on Zinth Station. But this one's features were different, less brutish, more respectful. "I am Drek Valor," the stranger said in a gravelly voice, stepping aside to let Marvin enter. The airlock sealed behind them, cycling a gust of slightly warmer air across their faces. "Sarah told me to watch for a human. Didn't believe I'd see the day." Marvin sized him up. The ducky stood a head taller, purple-skinned and horned, but his posture lacked hostility. Instead, there was a faint reverence in his eyes. "You're not here to claim the bounty?" Marvin asked bluntly. Valor snorted. "If I wanted your bounty, I could have shot you the moment you stepped off your ship. But no, I've come to join you." Raising an eyebrow, Marvin followed Valor through a winding corridor that led into a sparse common area. Ice crystals clung to the interior walls, and the glow of portable heaters cast dancing shadows. In a corner, Sarah Juno stood, tinkering with a battered console. She looked up and gave Marvin a grim nod. "You made it. Wasn't sure you would." "Barely," Marvin said. "And now you're telling me I have a new sidekick." Valor bristled. "I'm no sidekick, Terran. I have my own reasons for hating Solvex Draal." He paused as if wrestling with how much to share. "Draal conquered my homeworld and forced my people into labour camps. I lost my clan to his brutality. I've watched him experiment on prisoners, turning them into mindless cyborg weapons. The rumour is he wants you to create an even deadlier force. So you understand, my place is here, opposing him." Marvin studied the darkie's face. There was a sincerity in those deep-set eyes, something that resonated with Marvin's own experiences of betrayal and oppression. Maybe allies can come from unexpected places. Sarah stepped between them, arms crossed. Look, we don't have time for lengthy trust exercises. Solvex Draal's scouts are everywhere, and if you think you escaped Zinth Station quietly, think again. The bounty hunters know you're here, or they soon will. What's the plan then? Marvin asked. I've hacked into a few intelligence channels, Sarah said, tapping at a portable holoprojector. An image flickered, showing the star system around Kamar 7. Draal's fleet is en route, but he'll likely send an advance team first. If they pinpoint your location, they'll bomb us from orbit or surround the planet with warships. So we ambush them before they can lock down the orbit, Marvin said, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Not quite, Sarah countered. We don't have the numbers or firepower to face them in open space, but down here, in the ice canyons, we can set traps, lure them into kill zones. Volor grinned, a predatory flash of teeth. Your species was famed for your cunning tactics, or so the stories go. Show me, Terran. Marvin cracked a half smile. He never thought he'd be the champion of the so-called human paradox, the unstoppable combination of aggression and adaptability. But times had changed. He had a warlord to defy, a galaxy to outwit, and perhaps a species legacy to defend, if only for his own stubborn pride. They spent the next hours fortifying the settlement's perimeter. Volor proved adept at hauling heavy munitions and drilling local volunteers in combat maneuvers. Sarah coordinated the creation of makeshift mines from salvaged generator cores, rigging them to explode when triggered by specific scanners. Marvin mapped out the canyon routes, marking choke points on a series of crude holo displays. The outpost's handful of residents, mostly outcasts and smugglers, volunteered grudgingly. They didn't relish tangling with Solvex Draal's forces, but the alternative, surrendering a Terran on the run, risked even worse repercussions. Bounty or no bounty, the outpost's fate was sealed the moment Marvin arrived. The only choice was to fight. While others scrambled to build defences, Marvin found a quiet corner in an abandoned ice tunnel to upgrade his gear. He fitted the battered sidearm with extended energy capacitors, though they might blow out after a few shots. He also replaced the handle of his plasma blade with a sturdier grip, ensuring it wouldn't slip in the heat of battle. The relentless wind howled through crevices, a chilling reminder that time was short. Just as the finishing touches were placed on the outpost's defences, the skies above Kamar 7 came alive with incoming craft. The settlement's scanners crackled as starship signatures popped up in orbit. A half-dozen smaller dropships broke atmosphere, heading straight for their coordinates. "Everyone to positions!" Sarah hollered over the comm. Alarm klaxons reverberated. The residents rushed to the vantage points, some climbing rickety platforms atop the domes. Others crouched behind jagged spires of ice, weapons aimed at the sky. Marvin took cover on a ridge overlooking the main approach, where the canyon walls funneled potential attackers into a narrow corridor. Volor crouched beside him, hefting a bulky energy cannon. If they land there, we hit them from both sides, yes? Exactly, Marvin said, scanning through a battered scope. And if they try to flank us, Sarah's mines will handle it. Within minutes, the first dropship descended in a swirl of thrusters, kicking up snow. The craft's doors slid open, releasing a platoon of heavily armed aliens. Dalkari warriors, mercenaries of various species, and a few glinting droids. They fanned out in formation, sensors sweeping the rocky ice terrain. Another dropship circled overhead, likely scanning for hidden defences. Marvin braced himself. "Wait for it. Wait," he muttered. The tension coiled around him like an overwound spring. The Dalkari troopers advanced, stepping right onto the line Sarah had designated. Then Marvin gave a subtle hand signal. At once, the outpost defenders unleashed a barrage of energy fire. White-hot bolts streaked from vantage points, striking the troopers who reeled in confusion. Mines exploded underfoot, sending icy shrapnel and alien limbs flying. Volor's cannon roared, a salvo of high-impact rounds punching holes in the unsuspecting vanguard. Marvin fired controlled bursts from his upgraded sidearm, picking off stragglers. The canyon echoed with the cacophony of war, screams, blasts, and the unrelenting hiss of energy bolts. But these weren't the low-level bounty hunters from Zinth Station. This wave had discipline. They regrouped, returning fire with precision. A volley of their own shots pelted the defenders' cover, forcing them to duck. One dome to the south took a direct hit from an anti-armor round, ripping it open and spilling pressurized air into the freezing atmosphere. Marvin heard the terrified screams of outpost dwellers as they scrambled for safety. Cursing, he signalled Sarah. "Get those people evacuated. We can't hold if they breach the domes." Sarah's voice crackled back. "Trying, but they're coming in too fast. Another wave just touched down on the far side of the settlement." Marvin turned to Volor. "We can't let them flank us or we're done." Volor nodded, face grim. "I'll rally some fighters to the south. You hold here." Marvin watched as the darky jumped from the ridge, sliding down an ice embankment. He fired a covering volley at a group of troopers who tried to pin Volor down. 3 or 4 of them dropped, the rest scattering behind broken ice pillars. Marvin's heart hammered. They'd prepared well, but might not have enough to repel multiple waves. Suddenly one of the troopers emerged from behind a slope, levelling a rocket launcher at Marvin's position. He recognised it. Instantly, Dalkari model, notoriously powerful. "Oh, no you don't," Marvin snarled, lunging aside. A plume of smoke and fire engulfed the ridge as the rocket impacted, blasting away chunks of ice. Marvin crashed hard into the snow below. His coat tore, sending a stab of Arctic wind against his exposed skin. Groaning, he scrambled behind a jagged boulder. The air crackled with energy discharges. The enemy trooper advanced, reloading the launcher, a cruel grin on its face. Marvin patted his belt for another mini-explosive, only to find his supply exhausted. He was pinned with no immediate exit. Another rocket, and he was done. That's when a monstrous roar shattered the frigid air. Charging across the snowy field came a figure wearing thick, improvised armor pieces hammered into a spiked mosaic. Marvin almost didn't recognize him at first. Drek Volor. The Daki war cry echoed off the canyon walls, and he slammed into the rocketeer like a living avalanche, knocking the launcher away. One swift jab with a serrated blade ended the alien's threat. Marvin's breath plumed in icy clouds as he hauled himself upright, grasping Volor's arm to steady himself. "Thanks," he said, shivering slightly. The Daki only grunted. Then together they pressed the attack, flanking the troopers who struggled to hold formation. For a moment it seemed they might drive back the invaders. The relentless mines, the cunning crossfire, the Daki's fearless charge, it all weighed against the troopers. But as more dropships descended, it became clear that the outpost defenders were simply outnumbered. Each time they felled a squad, another took its place. Marvin's earpiece crackled with Sarah's panicked voice. "Marvin, they have armor support now. Light walkers rolling in from the east. We can't hold the domes. We have to fall back into the tunnels." "Damn," Marvin muttered. "All right, coordinate the retreat. We'll cover you." Volor spat on the frozen ground, frustration etched across his face. "Cowards. All of them." "It's not cowardice," Marvin said firmly, gripping the Daki's shoulder. "We're overwhelmed. Retreat's the only way to survive and keep fighting. Help me rally them." The Daki's initial anger subsided, replaced by a stern nod. Together they signalled the remaining defenders to pull back. The battlefield became a desperate dance. Defenders scrambled behind improvised barricades, firing potshots to slow the enemy. One by one, the domes fell silent. either evacuated or destroyed under heavy artillery fire. The sky turned a sickly orange as tracer rounds streaked overhead. Marvin and Valor led a ragged group deeper into the ice tunnels, guiding them to an underground labyrinth where Sarah believed they could hide from aerial scans. The corridors were cramped, dripping with icicles, and the lights flickered ominously. Everyone's breath hung in the air, and exhaustion weighed on every step. Some carried wounded comrades, others shook uncontrollably, traumatized by the fierce onslaught. At last they reached a cavernous chamber lit by portable lamps. Sarah stood at a makeshift command station, face drawn. "We've lost half the outpost," she whispered. "The survivors are here. Maybe a few scattered. No idea if they'll make it." Volor growled, slamming a fist into the ice wall. We were not prepared for so many. Marvin took stock of the battered group. A dozen fighters left from an original few dozen. They were outmatched. "We still have the advantage of terrain. These tunnels are extensive and their scanners might be thrown off by the ice deposits. We hunker down, reorganize." Sarah exhaled. "And then what? We can't stay here forever. Draal's forces will eventually comb through every tunnel." A long silence fell over the survivors, broken only by the distant rumble of artillery reverberating through the frozen ground. The lines of worry on her. Everyone's faces told the same story. They were cornered. If Solvex Draal himself arrived, it would be over in hours, not days. "We strike back," Marvin said, voice quiet but resolute. "On our terms. Make them regret coming here." Volor gave a solemn nod, as if a spark of defiance lit within him. "I'll follow you, Terran, until my last breath, if that's what it takes." Sarah glanced between them. "We need more than brute force. We need a plan." Marvin nodded, turning to the flickering holomap. "Then let's find one, because I'm not letting Draal make me his trophy, and I'm sure as hell not letting him wipe out everyone who stands in his way." The ice tunnels of Kamar 7 were eerily silent as Marvin Griggs and Drek Valor led a small team through winding passages. A dull ache in Marvin's battered body reminded him of every close call he'd faced, from the brawls on Zinth Station to the recent battle at the outpost. Behind him, a dozen grim-faced survivors marched, clutching improvised weapons. Sarah brought up the rear, scanning a portable sensor that tracked enemy movements above. They came upon a massive cavern where the ice overhead formed a crystalline dome. Glowing stalactites cast a faint blue luminescence. Here they set their trap. Sarah fiddled with a device jammed into the icy floor, a multi-phase explosive rigged to the surrounding labyrinth. The plan was risky but straightforward. Lure the bulk of the invaders into the cavern, then detonate the structure, burying them under tons of ice. "They're fanning out," Sarah said, checking her sensor. "A large group heading this way, probably 70 or more with at least 2 walkers. They must have followed our tracks." Marvin scanned the pale, shimmering walls. If the explosion was large enough, the entire ceiling would collapse and crush anything inside. That included them, if they didn't time their exit perfectly. "Positions," he ordered, voice echoing. "Remember, we need to make them believe we're cornered, not waiting in ambush." Volor posted half the survivors on the far side of the cavern, hiding behind ice formations. He and Marvin took the central path, leading a few decoys who looked wounded and desperate. Sarah manned the trigger for the explosives at a vantage point near an old mining shaft that hopefully led to an escape route. They waited, tension thick as frost. Soon, the thunder of metal feet and mechanical whirs echoed through the tunnels. The first to appear were Dalkari soldiers in black spiked armour. Scanners beeped on their shoulders, searching for life signs. Behind them lumbered the light walkers, two-legged machines bristling with cannons. Seeing the scope of the approaching force, some survivors stifled panicked gasps. Marvin forced himself to remain calm, remembering the countless times Terran forces had faced insurmountable odds. and found a way. Eyes front, Valor rumbled quietly. They must see us, so they charge forward. Moments later, the lead soldiers spotted Marvin and Valor. Shouts echoed through the cavern, followed by energy blasts that seared the ice. Marvin dove behind a half-collapsed column, returning fire just enough to keep the soldiers engaged. With calculated steps, the enemy moved in, pushing deeper into the chamber. The ground shook under the weight of the walkers. "Keep firing," Marvin shouted to his group, making sure they only used minimal shots. They had to feign desperation and not reveal the entire plan. The troopers advanced rapidly, convinced they'd cornered their quarry. A few mercenaries broke off to flank from the sides, stumbling right into the hidden defenders. Volor's team erupted from their cover, cutting down the flankers with savage efficiency. It worked. The main Dalkari force surged forward, determined to crush them. Soon, the cavern was filled with the thunder of weapons. The dome overhead crackled as stray blasts struck ice. Just a few more meters. Marvin glanced at Sarah's position. She raised a hand, counting silently. 3, 2, 1. Her finger pressed the trigger. A split-second hush, then a colossal rumble as the explosives detonated in a sequence. The floor bucked. Huge slabs of ice snapped free from the dome overhead, crashing down in a deadly cascade. Screams filled the cavern, drowned out by the deafening roar of collapsing ice. The walkers had no time to evade. They were buried under thousands of tons of glacial debris. Dalkari soldiers scrambled, many crushed instantly. Others vanished in swirling clouds of pulverized snow. Marvin felt a surge of adrenaline. The entire cavern was caving in around them, so he signalled the survivors. "Fall back, now!" They sprinted toward the old mining shaft, Sarah leading the way. Ice chunks plummeted from above, smashing into the ground where they stood seconds earlier. The walls shook so violently that for a moment Marvin feared the entire tunnel system would collapse. They reached the shaft entrance, stumbling over broken rock and frozen bodies. Valor pushed aside a chunk of debris to let a limping comrade through. Sarah, panting, darted to a battered control panel, activating an ancient hoist that rattled downward. The group clambered onto the shaky platform, and it lurched upward toward another layer of tunnels. Below, the cavern was now a choked ruin, muffling the last echoes of dying troopers. When they emerged at a higher level, the survivors tried to catch their breath. Many had that haunted look of people who just witnessed an apocalypse. Marvin clapped Valor on the shoulder. "We did it." But Valor's gaze was fixed on a flickering device strapped to his forearm, a field scanner. "There's another cluster inbound." Marvin felt his stomach tighten. "They must have held a reserve force," Valor nodded grimly. "And they're bigger. 100 strong, maybe more, plus air support. They're converging on the entrance of these tunnels." A weary hush fell over the survivors. They'd thrown everything into that ambush, only to learn they still faced an even larger threat. "We can't handle another wave like that," Sarah said, voice trembling. "Not here." Marvin's jaw clenched. "Then we don't fight them here. We take the fight to them." A wild plan took shape in his mind. Use the stolen freighter, slip behind enemy lines, and strike at their leadership. Maybe even target Solvex Draal's flagship if it was in orbit. If they cut off the snake's head, the body might wither. Valor nodded in approval. "I like the sound of that. If we can kill Solvex Draal, the rest might scatter." Sarah bit her lip. "You're talking about a direct assault on the most powerful warlord in this region, one who commands entire fleets." Marvin's eyes flickered with defiance. "Better to die on our feet than slowly freeze to death in these tunnels." An hour later, under the constant threat of discovery, Marvin, Valor, Sierra, and a handful of volunteers slipped back to the surface. They used underground passages to evade detection, reaching the battered remains of the outpost. To their relief, Marvin's stolen freighter still lay parked on the ice flats, partially hidden by the swirling snow. Maybe the invaders didn't bother destroying it, assuming it was too damaged to escape. They boarded quickly, sealing the ramp behind them. Sarah rushed to the cockpit, verifying the engines were intact. We're in luck. The thrusters are operational. She fired up the controls, the hull shuddering as systems came online. Volor and the volunteers manned what meagre weapon stations the freighter had. A single forward cannon and some improvised turrets. Marvin stood at Sarah's shoulder, scanning the sensor readouts. "We've got multiple hostiles in low orbit," she said. "No sign of Dral's flagship yet, but he might be in a cruiser." Marvin set his as jaw. "Then let's find it." Sarah took a deep breath. "Strap in." The freighter roared off the ice, thrusters melting a crater into the tundra. The battered ship soared into Kamar 7's dark skies, forging through a blockade of Dalkari fighters. Laser bolts sizzled past, but Volor's accurate turret fire kept pursuers at bay. Within minutes they broke atmosphere and faced a ring of warships. Alarms wailed in the cockpit as targeting reticules locked on. "Evasive manoeuvres," Marvin barked. Sarah nodded, hands dancing over the controls. The freighter spiraled, weaving through beams of energy. A near miss rattled the hull, but the craft held together. On the sensor display, a large cruiser loomed, flanked by smaller escort ships. Volor's voice crackled over the intercom. "That big one is broadcasting the Imperator's code. Could be Dral's personal vessel." "Perfect," Marvin said. "Let's see if we can land on it." "Land on it?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you insane?" He gave a grim smile. "Yes. But if we cripple the flagship from within, we stand a chance of scattering the entire invasion force. You said yourself, kill the head." She exhaled, nodding once. "All right, let's do something crazy." With a surge of thrusters, the freighter blasted toward the looming cruiser. Enemy cannons locked on, unleashing a barrage. Each near hit made the console flash warnings. One shot scorched the port side, causing the freighter to shudder violently. Sarah grit her teeth. "Brace for impact! Going in hot!" At the last second, she angled the freighter's nose down. The cruiser's hull rushed up to meet them, overshadowed by the wide docking bays. With precise timing, Sarah skidded the freighter through a partial energy shield, scraping metal on metal in a screech of sparks. They slammed into the docking bay's deck, flipping a smaller Dalkari shuttle in the process. Marvin's vision blurred momentarily from the crash. As the freighter's engines died, the docking clamps snapped into place, sealing them in. Sirens wailed, and the bay's doors began to close. Sarah powered down the ship. "We've only got minutes before they overwhelm us." Marvin unbuckled his harness and grabbed his weapons. "Then let's make them count." Volor and the others joined him at the hatch, each prepared for a final stand. With a hiss of pressurized air, the ramp lowered. They emerged into chaos, Dalkari soldiers sprinting toward them from all directions, blaster fire streaking across the cavernous bay. Marvin and Volor led the charge, returning fire and using the wrecked ships as cover. The volunteers fanned out, setting up suppressive fire. Sarah ducked behind crates, hacking into a wall panel to override security systems. One by one, the defenders fell to well-placed shots or took cover behind shattered hull fragments. Marvin shoved aside a metal crate, diving behind it as a hail of bolts hammered the deck. He leaned out, squeezed the trigger, and dropped 2 Dalkari troopers. Volor roared, physically hurling one soldier into a group of others. Then a hush fell over the bay, punctuated only by the hum of approaching energy fields. The lights flickered, and a heavy door slid open. A towering figure stepped through, Solvex Dral. Purple-skinned, like Volor, but with elaborate armour that glowed with integrated tech. Metal tusks jutted from his jaw, and each footfall resonated with authority. "Marvin Griggs," Dral called, his voice echoing. "I've travelled across star systems to collect what's in your veins. Stand down, and I may spare these pitiful creatures." Marvin stepped out from cover, ignoring the protest in his battered limbs. You must have me confused with someone who surrenders. Dral let out a low, menacing laugh. Then he lunged, crossing the bay in a burst of augmented speed. Marvin raised his weapon, but Dral's gauntlet knocked it aside like a toy. The warlord slammed Marvin into a bulkhead with enough force to dent the metal. Agony flared through Marvin's spine. Dral's grip clamped around Marvin's neck, threatening to crush his windpipe. "You were made to be my soldier," Dral hissed. "I will shape your species' genetic heritage into the greatest army in the galaxy." Marvin's vision blurred, but he found the strength to ram an elbow into Dral's side. The warlord snarled and tossed Marvin across the bay. He landed hard, rolling to a stop near a discarded energy lance. Gasping for air, he clutched the weapon, flipping its activation switch. Its blade crackled with neon power. Dral stormed forward. "Pathetic human. Your kind was nearly eradicated for a reason." Marvin forced a tight grin. "Yeah, because we scared the hell out of everyone." He sprang to his feet in a whirlwind of motion, driving the lance at Dral's midsection. The warlord caught it, metal tusks gleaming, but Marvin twisted the hilt, unleashing a surge of energy that sparked across Dral's armour. Dral roared, staggering back. Enraged, he lashed out, smashing Marvin's forearm and sending the lance clattering away. They grappled, each blow resonating like thunder. Dral's enhanced limbs threatened to overpower Marvin at every turn, but the Terran's cunning and raw tenacity prevented a quick kill. When Dral threw a punishing right hook, Marvin ducked and responded with a savage headbutt. Pain exploded in his skull, but Dral reeled, the impact cracking one of his metal tusks. Valor, seeing an opening, fired a volley at Dral's flank. The warlord growled, turning to block the shots. Marvin seized the moment to grab the snapped-off tusk from the floor. In a single fluid motion, he rammed the sharpened metal shard through Dral's throat. The warlord's eyes widened, leaking purple blood. A choking sound escaped his lips. Staggering, Dral tried to speak but only managed a gurgle. He crumpled to his knees. Marvin, breathing hard, watched as the unstoppable conqueror collapsed in a heap, metal tusk embedded in his neck. Silence swept the bay. Dalkari soldiers froze in shock. Their leader, the High Imperator, lay slain at the hands of a single human. Slowly they began to back away, uncertain and demoralized. Marvin coughed, spitting blood. "Anyone else want to collect that bounty?" he rasped. Not a soul moved. Fear radiated in their wide eyes. In unspoken unity, the Dalkari troopers began retreating from the docking bay. Moments later, klaxons blared. Someone triggered a self-destruct sequence, likely a failsafe. Sarah sprinted to Marvin's side. "We have to go. The ship is going to blow." They dashed back onto the freighter, battered survivors in tow. Engines sputtered but roared to life. Valor took the gunner's seat, covering them as they soared out of the cruiser's docking bay. The entire warship shuddered, explosions rippling across its hull. Dalkari escort. Ships scattered in disarray, no longer united by Dral's command. The freighter raced clear just as the cruiser erupted in a brilliant fireball, scattering molten debris across the starfield. Word spread with the speed of interstellar rumour. The Terran named Marvin Griggs had killed High Imperator Solvex Dral and escaped the wreckage of his cruiser. Over the following weeks, various mercenary factions rescinded the bounty. No one was eager to test fate against a man who single-handedly brought down a feared warlord. The Dalkari forces, leaderless, fractured into warring splinters. Comar 7 survivors reclaimed their outpost, forging a new alliance under Sarah's guidance. And Drek Valor, once an enemy species, now followed Marvin with unwavering loyalty. Marvin himself slipped back into the underbelly of the galaxy. He didn't care about being a hero or living up to the legends that sprang up around him. Stories circulated that he was the human paradox, a living, testament to the unstoppable ferocity and cunning that once made his species both feared and nearly eradicated. Some said he roamed the fringe stations, teaching others how to fight. Others claimed he was building a secret colony of Terrans, and a few whispered that he'd vanished altogether, content to drink away the nightmares in a forgotten corner of space. One day, in a dusty, out-of-the-way bar at the edge of the frontier, a battered figure walked in. The patrons went silent, their eyes darting to a sign behind the counter that read, "No fights or else." The figure ordered a drink. An alien 2 stools down muttered, That's him, the human paradox." Marvin sipped from his cup, letting the burn of cheap liquor remind him he was still alive. The barkeep eyed him nervously, but Marvin only nodded in quiet acknowledgement. He wasn't here to cause trouble. He had no grand ambition to rule or to prove. He was just a man who refused to die, a man who carried the weight of an entire near-extinct species on his shoulders. "Thanks for the drink," he said softly, finishing it in one gulp. Around him, the bar's patrons stayed hushed, as if waiting for the next explosion of violence. But Marvin merely set the cup down and stood up. At the door he paused, glancing over his shoulder, the glint of an unspoken warning in his eyes. Then he was gone, swallowed by the neon twilight of the frontier, a living legend among alien races, an unbroken reminder that humankind's spirit was still alive, still defiant, and, more than ever, still dangerously unpredictable. And so his story spread, a caution and a promise all at once. The galaxy remembered, you should never, ever underestimate a human. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped, started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28th, 1944, during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. I was there, Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next, he paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. The next, Eleanor prompted, nothing, just waiting. He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years. Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her. Knew her face, her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, that now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs. Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, a therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again, just the two of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend, someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in a suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is... I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches zero?" Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before." But the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. "Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago?" "Northwestern," Eleanor said automatically. "That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. "Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern." The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. "Think of it like a debt," Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. "And Eleanor?" Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. "Eleanor is the adaptation." "Explain that," Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. "You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist..." Kumar trailed off. "Then I don't," Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. "How long?" he asked. "We don't know," Kumar admitted. "The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less." "Can you stop it?" Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. "We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment." Kumar spread his hands. "Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics." "Because it's not physics," Sarah said quietly. "It's accounting." Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the fourth day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink. Back in her kitchen. No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted. You married, had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened. Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. A naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident. Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. I was a ghost. Before I disappeared, he said. The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation. Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you. No, Thomas's voice was firm. It's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations. Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, if he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. And if he stays, Eleanor asked, you fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable. Sarah's clinical voice cracked. Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating. Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. There has to be another option, he said. There isn't. Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing. Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before re-solidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. I have to go back, he said. You know that. I know. The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship. To the exact second the universe expects me to end. He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. You'll stabilise. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again. Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. I need to ask you something, Thomas said. In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father? The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. "I don't know," she said honestly. "You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other timeline, the one you keep seeing." Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. "Yes," she whispered. "In that timeline, you're wonderful." Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this." "No, but I'm choosing how it ends." They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. "I have an idea," Eleanor said suddenly. "It's probably stupid." "Tell me." "The memories, the displaced ones. They're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it." "How?" Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen. Actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. "Write it down," she said. "Everything you remember from the other timeline. The life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if Chen Myers couldn't last." Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Maya's 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings. The ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. "I need to tell you something," he said, "in case this works, in case some part of you remembers." "What?" "I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there. But in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you." Eleanor felt tears on her face. "I love you too." "I know," Thomas said. "I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant." 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. "I'm going." "With you?" she said. "Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper, actually hold it while you fade. It could kill you, or it could let me remember both lives, the one I lived and the one I should have lived." She took his hand. "I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost." Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Maya's room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre. Her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilize around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. "Eleanor?" Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. "I'm here," Eleanor said. "What happened?" "He went back, to where he was supposed to end." Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it. "And I remembered." both timelines, both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. "Is that sustainable?" Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. "I don't know," Eleanor admitted, "but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been." They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. "I think I'm going to learn to repair these," she said. "Mechanical watches, analog time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud." "That sounds right," Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. "Family heirloom," she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them. Solar Warden, Guardians of the Ancients. The Solar Warden slid through the interstitial void between star systems like a predator sighing in its sleep. She was a ghost ship, a rumour whispered in the highest echelons of Earth's unified command, a dreadnought built in secret orbital docks, crewed by the forgotten and the exceptional. Her skin was a metamaterial composite that drank light and sensor pings, rendering her effectively invisible against the star-strewn canvas. Her purpose, proactive defence, galactic peacekeeping of a sort unsanctioned by public treaties, a silent guardian against threats humanity wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. Inside her pressurised, artificially gravitated hull, the low thrum of the quantum entanglement drive was a constant companion, a reminder of the impossible distances spanned. Commander Riker Thorne stood on the command deck, the holographic projection of the Cygnus X1 region shimmering before him like captured nebulae. His face, etched with the lines of 100 campaigns fought in shadows, was illuminated by the soft blues and purples of the display. He was a man forged in the quiet crucibles of deep space, his authority absolute, his burden immense. The Warden was more than a ship. She was an extension of his will, a fortress monastery dedicated to vigilance. Then the calm shattered. A priority alert klaxon, rarely used, cut through the bridge's low hum. Not an external sensor ping, but a directed high-bandwidth transmission slicing through subspace chatter, aimed directly at the Warden's clandestine frequency. "Signal origin?" Thorne's voice was calm, cutting through the sudden tension. "Triangulating. Sector 7G. Catastrophic system, sir," reported the comms officer, Lieutenant Eva Rostova, her fingers flying across her console. "It's old. Kala Dominion encryption. Ancient dialect. High-priority distress protocol." Catastrophic. The name resonated with a near-mythical weight. Home of the Kaelar, the elder race who had, according to fragmented histories and recovered xeno-artifacts, shielded a nascent humanity millennia ago. They were architects of wonders, masters of bioengineering and gravitational manipulation, a civilization that had faded into legend, withdrawing into isolation centuries before Earth achieved interstellar travel. The message, once decrypted by the Warden's formidable AI core, painted a grim picture. Kaelaris wasn't just fading, it was dying. A creeping genetic entropy, a slow decay woven into their very DNA over generations, was rendering them sterile, shortening lifespans. But worse, far worse, was the immediate catalyst for the distress call. The Draelith swarm had returned. The Draelith. Another name dredged from the darkest corners of forgotten galactic lore. A biomechanical plague, thought eradicated in a war that had scarred nebulae before human ancestors climbed down from trees. They were locusts forged from necrotized flesh and adaptive. Alloys, consuming, converting, driven by a cold, networked intelligence that defied understanding. They didn't conquer. They assimilated worlds into their grotesque, clattering whole. "Commander," Rostova added, her voice tight, "the signal confirms a full-scale planetary assault. Planetary defense grid failing. They specifically request Solar Warden intervention. They know who we are, sir. They're asking for protection of the royal bloodline and assistance preventing total bio-collapse." Thorn processed this rapidly. Orders from Earth High Command were implicit. Maintain secrecy, observe, never interfere directly with Elder Race affairs unless humanity itself was threatened. But the Kaelar had been protectors, and the Draelith threatened everything. This wasn't a local conflict. It was the potential resurgence of an apocalypse. "Helm, set course for Kaelaris. Maximum sustained velocity. Engage void cloaking protocols," Thorn commanded. "Communications. Acknowledge the signal. Authentication code Thorn Alpha Sigma. Message. Solar Warden en route. Hold fast." The journey was a tense passage through warped space, the Warden a silent knife cutting towards a dying star. As they approached, the long-range sensors painted a horrifying tableau. Kaelaris, once described in recovered texts as a jewel of emerald continents and sapphire seas, was shrouded in orbital chaos. Draelith hive ships, jagged agglomerations of dark metal and pulsating organic matter swarmed the planet, their smaller attack craft raining down fire. Flickering energy shields buckled and failed across the surface. Thorn ordered the Warden into a high-orbit stealth trajectory, using Kaelaris' largest moon as cover. He dispatched cloaked reconnaissance drones, their feeds relaying images of cities under siege, crystalline structures shattered by biomechanical artillery, and swarms of chittering Draelith ground units overwhelming Kaela defenders clad in elegant but clearly failing energy armour. A secure channel opened directly from the Kaela Royal Citadel, bypassing the planetary chaos. The face that appeared on Thorn's private monitor was ancient, noble, and etched with profound weariness. High King Varial. His eyes, luminous and wise, held the weight of a dying civilization. "Commander Thorn," Varial's voice was resonant though strained. "Your arrival honours forgotten pacts, but time bleeds away. The swarm, they are relentless. Our blight weakens us, our weapons falter." "High King Variel," Thorn replied, his voice respectful but firm. "Solar Warden is here to assist. What is the strategic situation? What can we do?" Variel's image flickered. "Our doom is twofold. The genetic decay accelerates under stress. Soon there will be none left fit to rule, or even to remember. But the Draelith, they seek more than mere conquest. They seek the heart of our legacy." He paused, gathering strength. "There is a contingency, a last resort forged in the Age of Sundering when the Draelith first rose." Thorn leaned forward. Tell me. Deep beneath our sacred sites, Variel revealed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, lie dormant the Titan Sentinels, 5 biomechanical constructs of immense power, relics of a race that preceded even us. They sleep, awaiting awakening. Thorn felt a chill despite the bridge's regulated temperature. Technology from before the Kayla? These sentinels, Variel continued, require pilots, beings capable of neural synchronization. Our current generation, the blight affects the mind's resonance. We cannot interface, but perhaps your kind can. He gestured weakly. They are keyed to our royal lineage, activated by 5 crystal keys, hidden across Calaris in places of power and peril. Find the keys, Commander. Find pilots who can withstand the neural load. Awaken the Titans. A diagram bloomed beside Variel's image. 5 colossal, distinct mechanical forms, one sleek and winged, another broad-shouldered and bristling with ground-pounders, a third radiating defensive energy fields, a fourth shimmering with stealth technology, the last glowing with internal fire. Alone, they are formidable, Variel explained, but their true power lies in unity. Once bonded, once synchronized, the 5 can merge. They become the Pantheon Ascendant, a construct of unimaginable defensive power, capable of purging the swarm. Thorn stared at the schematics, the scale almost unbelievable. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend made manifest. A desperate gamble hinging on forgotten technology and untested human pilots. The Draelith must not reach them, Commander, Variel pleaded, his image distorting with nearby impacts. They must not defile what guarded the galaxy. The transmission abruptly cut out, replaced by static. Thorn stood silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Protect a bloodline, prevent collapse, and awaken mythical war machines? The mission parameters had just escalated exponentially. He turned to his bridge crew, his expression grim but resolute. Lieutenant Rostova, assemble mission profiles for 5 potential Titan interfaces based on psychological and neurological compatibility scores. Prioritize adaptability, resilience, and empathy. He tapped the schematic of the Pantheon Ascendant. Major Jian, prepare Omega Lance for immediate deployment. Multiple high-risk retrieval operations, hostile territory, heavy resistance expected. We're going key hunting. The Solar Warden shifted from silent guardian to active participant. Below, on the dying world of Calaris, the darkness deepened, but a desperate, impossible hope had just been ignited. The selection process was swift, brutal, and data-driven. The Solar Warden's AI, Janus, cross-reference combat records, psych profiles, simulator scores, and neurological scans against the fragmented Kayla data on Titan synchronization. Commander Thorn reviewed the final candidates, seeking not just skill, but a specific kind of synergy, a blend of individual strength that might, just might, resonate together under unimaginable pressure. First chosen was Lieutenant Lucas Watts. Quiet, almost unnervingly perceptive, Watts possessed an empathic intuition that bordered on the precognitive in battlefield scenarios. He saw patterns others missed, anticipated enemy movements by sensing the ebb and flow of conflict itself. Janus flagged him for Valkyries, the winged aerial titan, whose systems required a pilot sensitive to atmospheric currents and multi-vector threats. Watts accepted the assignment with a solemn nod, his thoughtful gaze already calculating trajectories through Calaris's war-torn skies. Next came Captain Zach Cross, Watts's polar opposite. Loud, fiercely competitive and pathologically brave, Cross was the Warden's premier hand-to-hand combatant and thrived in the visceral chaos of close quarters battle. His humour, often dark, was a shield against the horrors he'd witnessed. He was assigned Brontis, the ground-pounding assault titan, a behemoth of armour and ordnance. Cross grinned, cracking his knuckles. Someone's got to punch these metal bugs back where they crawled from, right? Ensign Dax Moreno was the anomaly, the youngest, a prodigy plucked from Earth's advanced engineering corps. Moreno saw systems, energy flows, and subspace mechanics the way composers heard music. Brilliant, occasionally overwhelmed by the military structure, but unparalleled in improvisation, he was matched with Stratos, the shield-bearing support titan. Its complex energy matrix and defensive systems demanded an intuitive understanding of technology. Moreno nervously adjusted his glasses, muttering about Kyla power conduits potentially violating known physics. Lieutenant Rico Fenn was an enigma, even among the Warden's clandestine crew. A former Black Ops sniper and deep cover operative, Fenn moved with silent grace and spoke only when necessary. Her analytical mind processed threats with chilling efficiency. She was the logical choice for Nocturne, the stealth titan, capable of cloaking and infiltration. Fenn simply inclined her head, her dark eyes unreadable, already assessing angles of approach and Draelith sensor capabilities. Rounding out the team was Commander Maddox Reeve, the veteran. An ex-mech pilot from Earth's earlier, clunkier conflicts, Reeve carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen it all and survived. Calm under extreme fire, pragmatic, he was the bedrock. He was assigned Pyros, the fire core titan, whose internal plasma reactor and thermal weaponry required disciplined control. Reeve, his weathered face impassive, stated, "Understood. Let's get 'em warmed up." While the Chosen Five began intensive neural conditioning in Kayla DeepMind simulators, holographic chambers that plunged their consciousness into simulations of the Titans' unique interfaces and Kayla history, Thorn deployed Omega Lance. Led by Major Gian, a stern tactician, and including Thorn's longtime friend and second-in-command, Sergeant Harlan Cruz, the Lance was tasked with retrieving the 5 crystal keys. The missions were harrowing descents into hell. The Sky Bastion key was housed within a derelict Kayla weather control platform, perpetually shrouded in violent electrified storms. Omega Lance repelled from cloaked shuttles, battling hurricane-force winds and automated lightning defences, Draelith skitter fighters dogfighting them amidst the clouds. They secured the Sky Key just as the platform began to tear itself apart. For the Obsidian Depths Key, they descended into volcanic caverns near Kalaris' molten core. Rivers of lava illuminated Cyclopean Kayla structures. Ancient flame sentinels, stone guardians animated by geothermal heat, activated alongside Draelith burrowing units adapted to extreme temperatures. Explosions echoed in the suffocating heat as the team fought their way to a basalt altar, retrieving the obsidian key moments before a Draelith demolition charge brought the cavern roof down. The Whispering Hollow presented a different challenge. A sprawling jungle temple complex overgrown and saturated with residual Kayla psychic energy. The air itself seemed to hum, creating illusions, dredging up buried fears, turning squad mates against each other in paranoid hallucinations. Draelith stalkers, adapted for stealth, used the psychic miasma as cover. Major Gian, relying on hardened mental discipline, guided the team through the psychic battlefield to claim the jungle key from the heart of a colossal, petrified tree. Starspire Keep was an ice fortress carved into a mountain peak, where temperatures plummeted to near absolute zero. The Kayla architect had employed sound-based traps, resonant frequencies that could shatter armour, induce vertigo, or trigger localized sonic booms. Draelith, forces, seemingly immune, used the acoustic chaos to their advantage. Omega Lance navigated the treacherous soundscape, disabling harmonic resonators while fighting frost-coated Draelith warriors, finally recovering the glacier key from a cryo-locked chamber. The final mission targeted the Vault of Echoes, a vast archive complex submerged beneath a murky, polluted ocean trench, already heavily infested by Draelith. Sonar-reactive Draelith submersibles patrolled the crushing depths. Omega Lance utilised specialised aquatic assault gear, navigating flooded corridors and dodging pressure-sensitive mines. Inside the central archive chamber, they located the vault key, but the Draelith sprung an ambush, sealing the exits and flooding the compartment. Sergeant Harlan Cruz, a burly man whose loyalty to Thorn was legendary, saw the closing hydrostatic doors and the Draelith heavy units advancing. He shoved the recovered vault key into Major Jean's hand. "Get it to the commander, go!" Before Jean could protest, Cruz activated demolition charges on his own suit's power core, creating a blinding explosion and a shockwave that momentarily stunned the Draelith and blasted open a secondary escape route for the rest of the team. He was consumed in the blast, sacrificing himself to ensure the final key reached the surface. Omega Lance returned to the Solar Warden, battered, exhausted, but successful. They brought the 5 crystal keys, shimmering, intricately faceted stones pulsing with contained energy, but they also brought the heavy news of Cruz's death. Thorn received the keys and the report with stoic grief, the loss of his friend a palpable weight on the command deck. There was no time for mourning, only grim resolve. The pilots had completed their initial sync training, reporting strange, dreamlike connections to the dormant machines. The keys were secured. The next phase was about to begin, the awakening. The descent was like travelling back through geological time. Ancient Kaela tram lines, reactivated after millennia of silence, carried the 5 pilots deep into the planet's crust. Each line terminated in a colossal cavern, meticulously engineered, housing one of the dormant Titan sentinels. The air hummed with latent power, the rock walls inscribed with faded glyphs depicting star charts and celestial events unknown to human history. Lucas Watts arrived first, stepping out onto a platform overlooking Valkyries. The aerial Titan rested on its haunches like a gargantuan biomechanical raptor, wings folded, its surface a seamless blend of obsidian-like plating and what looked disturbingly like dormant sinew. Its cockpit, a crystalline bubble set into the head, glowed faintly as Watts approached. Zach Cross found Brontis standing sentinel in a cavern, fortified like a subterranean bunker. The ground assault Titan was pure brutalism. Thick armour, massive articulated fists, shoulder-mounted cannons the size of tanks. It radiated sheer power, a coiled spring of destruction. Dax Moreno gaped at Stratos, the defence support Titan. It was broader, less overtly aggressive, its surfaces studded with emitters and intricate energy conduits. It resembled a mobile fortress, anchored in a chamber that seemed designed to channel and amplify planetary energy fields. Rico Fenn materialised from the shadows of her tramcar before Nocturne. The stealth Titan was slender, angular, its surfaces shifting and refractive, absorbing the ambient light. It looked less like a machine and more like solidified shadow, perched ready to vanish. Maddox Reeves stood before Pyros, the fire core Titan. Housed in a heat-shielded cavern near a magma conduit, Pyros pulsed with internal warmth. Vents along its limbs glowed cherry red, and its core emanated a low, powerful thrum, hinting at the controlled inferno within. Following Kaela instructions relayed via Thorn, each pilot presented their respective crystal key to an interface port on their Titan. Valkyris took the Sky Key, Brontis the Obsidian Key, Stratus the Jungle Key, Nocturne the Glacier Key, and Pyros the Vault Key. As the final key slotted home, a deep resonant hum filled the chambers, echoing up the tram lines and causing seismic tremors across Calaris. Light surged through the Titans. Glyphs etched into their armour blazed with energy. Joints hissed as dormant actuators powered up. Cockpits illuminated, displaying Kalar symbology alongside translated readouts. One by one, the colossal machines stirred, optics flaring to life like newborn stars. The pilots, strapped into their command couches, felt the neural interface ignite. Not just data streams, but a torrent of sensation, instinct and ancient memory flooding their minds. It was exhilarating and terrifying, like merging consciousness with a sleeping god. Watts felt the wind currents of Kalaris across Valkyries' wings, crossed the tectonic rumble beneath Brontis's feet. Moreno sensed the planet's energy grid through Stratos, fen the electromagnetic spectrum via nocturne sensors, reeve the geothermal heat flowing into Pyros. Initial field tests, conducted within designated subterranean zones, showcased the Sentinel's staggering capabilities. Valkyries soared through simulated canyons, its energy cannons carving arcs of light. Brontis pulverized simulated Dralith armor with contemptuous ease. Stratos generated localized shield barriers capable of deflecting immense kinetic force. Nocturne flickered in and out of visibility, executing silent takedowns. Pyros unleashed controlled bursts of plasma that melted rock. But coordination proved instantly problematic. The Titans were individuals, extensions of their pilots' distinct personalities, and the ancient machine spirits now awakening within them. Cross's aggressive charges sometimes left Moreno's Stratos exposed. Fen's stealth maneuvers occasionally left her isolated. Watts struggled to translate his tactical overview into commands the others could instinctively follow. Reeve's methodical pace sometimes clashed with Cross's impulsiveness. They were 5 powerful solos, not yet a symphony. Their precarious learning curve was shattered by catastrophe. Alarms blared aboard the Solar Warden. "Commander," Major Jean reported, her voice strained. "Multiple breaches. The outer planetary shield network has collapsed. Dralith hive carriers are breaking atmosphere en masse. They're concentrating on the Royal Citadel." On the surface, chaos erupted. Dralith drop pods rained down like meteors, disgorging hordes of biomechanical monstrosities into the heart of the Kyla capital. Elegant spires crumbled under relentless bombardment. Desperate Kayla warriors fought and died in the crystalline streets. Then came the unthinkable. A single, high-yield Dralith energy beam, impossibly precise, lanced down from orbit, bypassing the failing city shields and striking the Citadel's central spire, the Royal Chamber. Communications went dead. Moments later, a fragmented emergency broadcast reached the Warden. Princess Kalia, Variel's daughter, her face smeared with soot, regal composure fractured by grief and fury, appeared briefly. "The King, King Variel is dead, assassinated. I have assumed command." Her transmission cut out. Simultaneously, Janus flagged a massive energy surge deep beneath the Kayla capital, originating directly below the Royal Citadel's foundations. Cross-referencing with Kayla historical data retrieved during the pilot's sync training, Thorne realised the horrifying truth. "They knew," Thorne breathed, staring at the tactical display. "The assassination wasn't just regicide, it was a diversion." He pointed to the energy signature. "That location, according to Kayla legend, it's the Convergence Vault, the very place where the Pantheon Ascendant was first forged during the Age of Sundering. The Dralith aren't just here to conquer Kalaris. They want to capture the forging site, perhaps harness its power, or prevent the Pantheon Ascendant from ever forming again." The stakes had escalated beyond planetary defence. This was now a race to secure ancient power, with the fate of the galaxy potentially hanging in the balance. "Pilots," Thorne's voice broadcast directly into their neural interfaces, overriding the sensory flood. "The King is dead. The Drelith are targeting the convergence vault beneath the capital. Training is over. Deploy immediately. Your objectives are sector-specific defense. Prevent the Drelith from reaching the vault at all costs. Go. The 5 Titans, newly awakened and barely tested, rose from their subterranean cradles, ascending towards a world engulfed in total war. The surface of Calaris was a canvas of destruction. Smoke choked the skies, casting the besieged capital city in a perpetual blood-red twilight. Drelith forces swarmed through shattered avenues, their chittering movements and grinding mechanics, an alien cacophony against the Kalar architectural elegance. Into this inferno, the 5 Titan Sentinels deployed, each a towering figure of defiance against the encroaching swarm. Lieutenant Lucas Watts, Valkyries, launched directly into the upper atmosphere. Valkyries unfolded its vast wings, soaring above the ionosphere where massive Drelith skyhive carriers disgorged endless waves of smaller fighters. Watts, feeling the thin air and the brutal vacuum beyond through Valkyries' senses, became a whirlwind of aerial combat. His empathic intuition allowed him to anticipate the swarm tactics, dodging energy blasts, weaving through fighter formations, his Titan's cannons vaporizing Drelith craft with pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't just flying a machine, he was the storm, defending the orbital approaches. Captain Zach Cross, Brontis, deployed directly into the capital's heavily fortified canyon wall sector. Brontis met the Drelith head-on. Mech tank divisions, spider-like walkers, spitting plasma, and waves of scuttling ground drones surged towards the breach. Cross roared into the comms, a mix of battle cries and crude jokes as Brontis charged. Fists like wrecking balls shattered Drelith armour, shoulder cannons obliterated entire formations, seismic stomps cracked the very ground beneath his enemies. He was a blunt instrument, a furious bulwark holding the line, thriving in the glorious, brutal chaos. "Come on, you rusty buckets! Who's next?" Ensign Dax Moreno, Stratos. Positioned centrally behind the main defence lines, Stratos became the city's shield. Moreno, initially overwhelmed, quickly found his rhythm, his mind merging with the Titan's complex energy systems. He diverted planetary power, projecting immense shimmering energy barriers that absorbed Drelith artillery bombardments, protecting Kalar civilian shelters and reinforcing collapsing structures. He rerouted power surges, fed targeting data to Kalar defense towers still operational, and occasionally unleashed focused energy pulses to disrupt Drelith command signals. He was the unsung anchor, preventing total collapse. Lieutenant Rico Fenn, Nocturne. While the others engaged in open warfare, Nocturne flickered into invisibility, slipping through Drelith lines like a phantom. Fenn, calm and methodical, navigated the treacherous cityscape, avoiding sensor nets and patrols. Her objective: locate and disable the Drelith forward command posts coordinating the ground assault and, crucially, the localized warp gates reinforcing their numbers. Utilizing Nocturne's infiltration tools and her own Black Ops expertise, she became a saboteur, planting disruption charges, slicing communication arrays, and silently eliminating key Drelith synapse commanders before vanishing back into the shadows. Commander Maddox Reeve, Pyros. Reeve's mission was perhaps the most critical and dangerous. Drelith scans had detected a major planetary fault line beneath the capital near the convergence vault. They were attempting to plant a deep-core magma bomb, intending to destabilize the entire region and potentially trigger a catastrophic volcanic event, destroying the vault and half the continent. Pyros descended into the searing heat of the planet's crust, navigating fissures and magma flows. Reeve, relying on his veteran discipline, used Pyros' thermal lances to cauterize breaches, its fire core energy to neutralize Drelith drilling units, fighting in an environment where a single misstep meant incandescent oblivion. He was the steady hand preventing planetary self-destruction. Despite their individual successes, the Drelith tide was relentless. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Coordination breakdowns between the pilots, amplified by the stress and sensory overload, led to near disasters. Cross's overzealous advance nearly flanked Moreno. Watts, pinned down by a carrier's main weapon, couldn't provide air support for Fenn's extraction, Reeve reported, increasing Drelith reinforcements near the fault line. They were holding, but barely. The Drelith were adapting, learning, focusing their efforts. It was then that Princess Kalia, coordinating the desperate Kayla defense from a hidden bunker, managed to transmit a vital package directly to Commander Thorne aboard the Solar Warden, who relayed it instantly to the pilots. It wasn't tactical data. It was ancient Kayla scrolls, digitized under fire, their surfaces covered in intricate glyphs, depicting the 5 Titans merging into one colossal form. Pilots, Kalia's voice, ragged but resolute, echoed through their neural link. The scrolls describe the Synedrian Ascala, the Pantheon Ascendant Protocol. It is not merely a mechanical combination. It requires alignment, a merging of will, spirit, and memory. The first pilots achieved it through shared vulnerability, a psychic resonance born of absolute trust. Thorne's voice followed hers, urgent. She's right. The Kayla data confirms it. The final stage isn't technological, it's psychological, emotional. You have to synchronize on a deeper level, drop your barriers, trust each other, completely. A moment of charged silence hung between the 5 pilots, scattered across the war zone, fighting for their lives. Trust, vulnerability, with bombs falling, comrades dying, and ancient machines screaming in their minds. It was Watts, the quiet empath, who spoke first, his voice strained but clear through the link, broadcasting not just words but the feeling behind them, the fear beneath his tactical calm. Valkyris feels isolated up here. I can see everything, but I can't be everywhere. I need your eyes on the ground, Cross. Your shields, Moreno. Cross surprisingly didn't joke. Yeah, well, Brontis is taking a pounding. Could use some cover fire, Skyboy. And Dax, keep those shields up, kid. You're doing good. Moreno, his voice trembling slightly, replied, Energy levels critical. Drelith adapting. I can't hold this sector alone for much longer. Fenn's clipped tones followed. Multiple command nodes disabled. Heavy resistance converging on Pyros's position. Reeve needs support. Reeve's steady voice anchored them. Acknowledged. Pressure intense. Holding the line, but Fenn is right. The primary drill is almost in position. He paused. We do this together, or not at all. Cruz didn't die for nothing. Harlan Cruz. The name resonated. The shared loss. The shared purpose. In that moment, amidst the carnage, something shifted. Defences lowered, not physical shields, but mental ones. The bravado, the detachment, the fear, the determination, it all flowed across the neural network, raw and unfiltered. They felt each other's struggles, strengths and anxieties. Empathy surged, forging connections stronger than any data link. A new energy signature flared from the 5 Titans, detected instantly by the Solar Warden. Commander, Jean exclaimed, energy cascade, it's starting. Across Calaris, the 5 sentinels began to glow with an intense harmonic light. Valkyris descended from the sky. Brontis rose from the canyons. Stratos pulsed with power. Nocturne shimmered into visibility. Pyros ascended from the depths. Drawn by an invisible force, they converged over the ravaged capital city. Energy tendrils lashed out, connecting wing to shoulder, shield to fist, stealth plate to fire core. Metal flowed and reshaped, systems integrated. 5 minds, 5 machine spirits, 5 pilots bound by shared vulnerability and desperate purpose, merged into something far greater. With a shockwave that rippled across the planet, the Pantheon Ascendant took form, a colossal humanoid figure easily dwarfing the largest Drelith ships, radiating an aura of pure incandescent energy the size of a city. It was a beacon of impossible hope against the encroaching darkness. The ascent was complete. The formation of the Pantheon Ascendant sent a visible pulse of energy across Kalaris, momentarily stunning the Drelith swarm. Their networked intelligence faltered, individual units pausing mid-stride, fighters veering off course. It was a brief respite, but enough for the colossal construct to orient itself. Inside the integrated command core, a space that felt both impossibly vast and intimately connected, the 5 pilots experienced true unity. They saw through each other's eyes, felt the thrum of combined power, thought and reacted as one entity. Watts' tactical overview guided Cross's ferocious strikes. Moreno managed the immense energy flow powering Reeve's amplified thermal weapons, while Fenn directed stealth fields and pinpoint targeting solutions. Their target coalesced from the chaos, the Hive Sovereign. It wasn't a single ship, but a monstrous entity. A living island formed from thousands of fused Drelith warbeasts, biocruisers, and corrupted Kala technology scavenged over millennia, all bound by the will of a central ancient Drelith intelligence. It pulsed with dark energy, bristling with weapons capable of cracking continents, its shadow falling over the ruined capital. The Pantheon Ascendant launched itself into battle. The scale was mythological, a god forged from human will and ancient Kala science against a biomechanical nightmare composed of galactic wreckage. The clash began over the shattered city, energy beams thicker than skyscrapers crisscrossing the smoke-filled sky. The Pantheon Ascendant moved with surprising grace for its size, deflecting swarms of Drelith fighters with localized energy shields managed by Moreno's intuition, while Cross, controlling the primary limbs, delivered blows that shattered entire sections of the Sovereign's carapace. Reeve channeled Pyros's core through integrated emitters, bathing sections of the Sovereign in plasma fire, while Watts anticipated the Sovereign's shifting attack patterns, guiding the Pantheon Ascendant through incoming barrages. Fenn identified and targeted critical synapse nodes deep within the Sovereign's mass. The battle raged, levelling already ruined districts. The shockwaves felt in orbit where the Solar Warden provided crucial support. Thorn, coordinating desperately, ordered targeted orbital strikes from the Warden's main cannons, weakening the Sovereign's outer defences, drawing fire away from the Pantheon Ascendant during critical moments. Focus fire on grid coordinates Delta 7. Give them covering fire, Thorn commanded, his knuckles white on the command chair. The Hive Sovereign adapted, learning, its ancient intelligence focusing its immense power. Tentacles of hardened biometal lashed out, grappling with the Pantheon Ascendant. Psychic assaults, amplified through corrupted Kala tech, hammered against the pilot's unified consciousness, threatening to tear their fragile bond apart. They felt the strain, the shared pain, the immense pressure. Doubt flickered. "It's too strong," Cross grunted, the Pantheon Ascendant reeling from a massive blow. "Energy reserves dropping," Moreno warned. "The psychic interference is destabilizing the core matrix." It was Kalia's voice, patched through by Thorn, that cut through the rising panic. The scrolls, the final act, the Harmonia Plenus, channel your unity outwards. It's not just a weapon, it's a resonance. Disrupt its control. They understood. The Pantheon Ascendant wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, the very thing the Drelith swarm lacked. Focusing their combined will, pouring every ounce of their shared courage, discipline, empathy, and even fear into the core, they initiated the final protocol. The Pantheon Ascendant ceased its physical attacks. It braced itself amidst the swarm and began to glow with an almost unbearable white-gold light. A deep, resonant hum built, not of destruction, but of pure, ordered frequency. Then it unleashed the Harmonia Plenus, a planet-wide harmonic wave, a pulse of coordinated psychic and energy resonance designed to disrupt the Dralith hive-mind connection. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the swarm. The wave washed over Calaris and surged into orbit. Individual Dralith units convulsed, their networked directives severed. Fighters spiralled out of control. Ground troops froze, reverting to basic, uncoordinated movements. The Hive Sovereign itself seemed to shudder violently, sections sloughing off as the binding intelligence fractured. Its coordinated attacks ceased, its form losing cohesion, consumed by internal feedback loops. The overwhelming threat dissolved into chaotic fragments. Seeing their sovereign broken, the remaining functional Dralith ships, their hive connection shattered, faltered, and began a disorganized retreat, vanishing back into the void from whence they came. The battle was over. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over Calaris, broken only by the crackle of fires and the low hum of the victorious Pantheon Ascendant standing sentinel over the devastated capital. The aftermath was sobering. Victory, hard-fought and costly. Calaris was saved from the Dralith, but the ruins were vast, the casualties immense. The insidious genetic decay remained, an enemy no Titan could fight. Queen Kalia, now the weary leader of a scarred people, began the arduous task of rebuilding. The 5 pilots, psychically and physically drained, carefully separated the Pantheon Ascendant back into the individual Titan Sentinels. The magnificent machines, battered but intact, were returned to their subterranean chambers, their purpose served, awaiting a future unknown. None were lost, a testament to the pilot's skill and improbable synergy. A formal ceremony was held in the partially cleared plaza before the royal citadel. Before Kala survivors and the crew of the Solar Warden, Queen Kalia posthumously honoured Sergeant Harlan Cruz. A Kala starstone, a gem said to hold the light of a dying star, was placed in the newly consecrated Hall of Guardians, commemorating his sacrifice, a human honoured among Kala legends. In the epilogue, a formal alliance was forged between the Kala Dominion and Earth, mediated by Commander Thorn. The existence of the Solar Warden was acknowledged. Its status shifted from clandestine observer to official protector of Kala space, a guardian against future incursions while the Kala focused on survival and recovery. As the Solar Warden prepared to depart Calaris, leaving behind liaison teams and relief supplies, Air Lieutenant Lucas Watts sat in his quarters, recording a personal log entry. His voice was quiet, tinged with the weariness and wonder of the preceding events. Log entry, Lieutenant Lucas Watts, cycle end. We depart Calaris orbit tomorrow. The cost was high. Sergeant Cruz, King Variel, so many Kala lives. The Dralith are scattered, broken for now. But the other threat, the one woven into their genes, remains. Queen, Kalia faces a long, uncertain future. Yet, we answered the call. We stood the line. He paused, looking at the starfield outside his viewport. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. It felt older, deeper. It was a battle for memory, I think. For the echoes of ancient bonds, for the belief that promises made across millennia still hold weight. The Titans. They were incredible. But the Pantheon Ascendant, it wasn't just metal and energy. It was us. Moreno's ingenuity, Cross's fire, Fenn's focus, Reeves' calm, my perspective. Bound together by trust, forced by desperation, protecting something fragile and worth remembering. We became more than pilots, more than soldiers. For a short time, we were guardians. He ended the recording, the silence of deep space settling round him once more, the memory of the Pantheon Ascendant a lingering echo in his mind. The Solar Warden turned, its silent engines preparing to carry it back into the watchful darkness between the stars. The Fractured Continuum. Captain Mason Reed squinted through the helicopter's reinforced windscreen at the Nevada sunset. The sky was wrong again. Threads of violet light wove through the clouds like cracks in painted glass, a phenomenon the brass had dubbed atmospheric anomalies. That was military speak for, we don't know what the hell it is, but don't ask questions. Reed had stopped asking questions years ago. Questions got you reassigned to desk duty, or worse, volunteered for the Experimental Weapons Division's latest project. Temporal distortions at 0.38 and rising, sir. Lieutenant Emma Cross's voice crackled through his headset. She tapped the quantum variance detector mounted beside the traditional avionics. The device was another unexplained addition to their Black Hawk, retrofitted last month alongside hardened circuitry and crystalline sensor arrays that Command refused to elaborate on. Copy that, Lieutenant. Keep us steady at Angels 20. Reed banked the helicopter in a wide arc around Sector 7's perimeter. The classified testing range sprawled below them, a maze of concrete bunkers and geometric patterns carved into the desert floor. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, it was the heart of America's dimensional research program, whatever that meant. Through the side window, Reed caught a glimpse of the massive dish arrays that dominated the facility's eastern edge. They weren't radio telescopes, despite what the cover story claimed. He'd seen them move in ways that defied physics, tracking invisible targets across the sky, while emitting that same violet light that now painted the horizon. You ever wonder what they're looking for out there, Captain? Emma's question carried an edge of curiosity that made Reed uncomfortable. She was too new, too eager to understand the mysteries they guarded. He'd been like that once, before Kandahar, before he'd learned that some doors were better left, closed. Above our pay grade, Cross, he kept his voice neutral, professional. Focus on the quantum variance detector screamed. Numbers flashed across its display in impossible sequences as every warning light in the cockpit blazed to life. Through the windscreen, reality rippled like heat waves off summer asphalt. Multiple contacts! Emma's fingers flew across her console. Sir, they're not showing up on traditional radar, but the crystalline array is... She stopped mid-sentence, her face bathed in sudden brilliant light. Reed looked up. The violet sky had torn open like tissue paper, and through the rent poured a luminescence that defied description. It coalesced into a perfect sphere, an orb of shifting colours that hung impossibly in the air before them. As Reed yanked the stick hard left, he already knew it was too late. The orb moved with liquid grace, matching their trajectory. Mayday, Mayday, this is Shadow 6. He punched the emergency beacon even as the helicopter's electronics began to fail. We are experiencing... What? What could he possibly report? We are experiencing unknown phenomena at coordinates. The orb expanded, enveloping them in light that seemed to sing. Reed's last thought before consciousness fled was that he should have asked more questions, should have wondered why the sky had started fracturing months ago, should have... The Black Hawk vanished, leaving only a fading ripple in the violet-threaded sky. Below, in Sector 7's control room, General Victor Hale watched the incident replay on hardened monitors. He lifted a secure phone and spoke 5 words. The Lumini have taken them. Time crystallized around them. Reed blinked awake to find his helicopter suspended in a space that rejected every law of physics he knew. The Black Hawk hung motionless, caught in a lattice of light that stretched in impossible directions. Through the windscreen, geometric formations rose like cities made of frozen light, their facets refracting colours that had no names in any human language. "Status report," he managed, his voice sounding strange in the altered air. The words left his mouth in slow motion, yet seemed to reach his ears too quickly. "All systems dark, sir." Emma's voice trembled slightly, but her training held. "No power, no electronics, except the quantum variance detector. It's, well, you should see this." The detector's display pulsed with readings that made Reed's head hurt. Numbers scrolled past faster than human eyes could track, occasionally freezing mid-digit before shattering into fragments of light that danced across the screen. "Cooper, Martinez," Reed called to his crew in the back. "Here, sir." Cooper, his gunner, sounded shaken. "Martinez is unconscious but breathing. Sir, you need to see outside. The crystals, they're moving." Reed turned to look through the side window and felt reality tilt. The crystalline structures weren't just moving, they were growing, shifting, breathing. Patterns of light flowed through them like blood through veins, and as he watched, a formation nearby began to unfold like a flower made of aurora borealis. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bypassing their ears to materialize directly in their minds. Reed's hand instinctively went to his sidearm, but the holster was empty. No, the gun was there, but it had transformed into a sculpture of light, as useless as a glass paperweight. A figure emerged from the crystalline formation, its translucent skin glowing with internal light that pulsed in time with its words. It was humanoid, but unmistakably alien, its features too perfect, too symmetrical to have evolved on Earth. Behind it, more figures emerged, their bodies rippling with colours that seemed to correspond to emotions Reed could almost, but not quite, understand. "Captain Mason Reed," the first being said, though its mouth never moved. "I am Araxis, and we are the Luminae. We apologise for the abrupt nature of your extraction, but time grows short. In your terms, we are approaching a temporal confluence that will determine the fate of multiple realities. What do you want from us?" Reed's voice was steady, but his mind raced. The crystalline prison, the transformed weapons, the casual display of impossible technology, everything screamed trap. "Want?" A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the being's luminescent skin. "We want to show you truth, Captain. Your government's weapons experiments have created fractures in dimensional stability. These fractures are being exploited by entities you know as the Draco. Even now, they prepare to—" "Sir!" Emma's sharp cry cut through the telepathic conversation. She pointed to the quantum variance detector, which had stopped its chaotic display. A single message scrolled across its screen in English. "They lie. Trust nothing." The words flickered and vanished, replaced by new readings. But Reed had seen them, and from the subtle shift in the luminized glow, they had too. "Interesting," a new voice chimed in. This one felt different, less polished, more genuine. A smaller figure emerged from behind Araxis, its light patterns more chaotic, less controlled. "You see, Captain, even your primitive technology senses the complexities at play. I am nearer, and unlike my colleagues, I believe you deserve more than carefully curated truth." "Nearer." Araxis's tone carried warning, but the smaller being continued. "Your world stands at a crossroads, Captain Reed. Yes, the Draco pose a threat, but ask yourself, why did we choose your helicopter? Why now? The answers lie in Sector 7, in experiments your general hail." "Enough!" Araxis's interruption came with a pulse of energy that sent ripples through the crystalline environment. "They are not ready for—" A deep tremor cut through the space, setting the crystal structures vibrating at a frequency that made Reed's teeth ache. The Luminae's lights flickered in what looked distinctly like alarm. "Timeline collapse approaching," one of them announced. "The Draco have begun their assault on Sector 7. The weapons. Show them, Nero insisted. Show them everything. The crystal structures around them flared to life, becoming screens that displayed images Reed struggled to comprehend. He saw Sector 7's dish arrays firing beams of violet light into tiers in the sky. He saw reptilian figures moving through shadows in Pentagon corridors. He saw General Hale shaking hands with something that wore human skin like an ill-fitting suit. Your weapons, Nero explained quickly, are not meant to defend Earth. They are designed to shatter dimensional barriers to allow the Draco full access to your reality. Your own leaders have betrayed. The images shattered. Through the fragmenting views, Reed caught glimpses of Sector 7 erupting in violet fire, of reality itself tearing apart at the seams. The crystalline world around them groaned like breaking glass. "We don't have time for gradual revelation," Nera announced, moving closer to the helicopter. Her light patterns had shifted to something urgent, almost desperate. "Captain Reed, you and your crew were chosen because you were already dead." "What?" Emma's whisper carried horror. "The temporal shockwave from the Sector 7 collapse reached your helicopter moments after we extracted you. In your original timeline, you died. We pulled you out because you're now untethered from causality. You can move freely through dimensions, help us prevent this catastrophe before it begins. But you must choose quickly, and you must choose freely." Reed looked at his crew. Emma's pale face, Cooper's clenched jaw, Martinez stirring groggily in the back. Then he looked out at the fracturing crystal dimension, at the images of Earth's reality splitting apart, at the desperation in Nera's luminescent form. "Choose what?" asked, though part of him already knew the answer. "Whether to trust us," Nera said simply. "Whether to learn the full truth about your world, your leaders, and the war that's been hiding in plain sight. The Draco believe humanity will choose slavery over extinction. The other Luminae believe you must be manipulated into making the right choice. I believe you deserve to choose with open eyes." The crystal world shuddered again. Through the fragmenting walls, Reed caught glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. In one, Earth burned. In another, humanity served as vessels for Draco consciousness. In a third, the planet was whole but empty, sterilized by dimensional weapons. "Time fractures," Araxis warned. "Choose now, Captain Reed. Trust our guidance or trust your own judgment, but know that this choice will ripple across all possible Earths." Reed looked at the quantum variance detector, its screen now blank. He thought about all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the anomalies he'd learned to ignore. He thought about General Hale's secret meetings, the violet sky, the weight of willful ignorance. He met Nera's gaze. "Show me everything," he said. "No filters, no manipulation, just truth." Her answering smile was like a supernova. The dimensional barriers were failing. Reed stood in what remained of Sector 7's control room, but reality had begun to split like light through a prism. Through one facet, he watched himself die in the helicopter crash that should have been his fate. Through another, he saw Earth consumed by Draco vessels that looked like tears in space itself. Through a third, humanity marched in endless columns, their eyes glazed with reptilian gold, their bodies mere vessels for their conquerors. "The convergence point approaches," Nera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Her luminescent form flickered between dimensions, holding the fragmenting timelines together through sheer will. "The weapon must be destroyed now, or every possible Earth falls." The quantum dimensional array loomed before them, its massive dish no longer pointing at the sky but turned inward, focused on a singular point in space-time. General Hale's final gift to his Draco masters, a device capable of shattering the walls between realities. The violet light that had haunted Reed's sky for months now poured from its focal point like a wound in the universe. "Sir," Emma's voice shook as she monitored the quantum variance detector, its display spinning through impossible numbers. Timeline collapse in 3 minutes. Whatever we're going to do, we can't just destroy it, Cooper argued from his position by the emergency controls. Sir, if what they showed us is true, this facility is the linchpin of every timeline. Destroying it here doesn't just affect our Earth. It rewrites every possible version of history. Reed's hand tightened on the crystalline key the Luminae had given him. It pulsed against his palm, alive with the same energy that had first pulled them from their doomed helicopter. One twist in the array's control matrix would overload the system, collapsing this nexus point and every timeline connected to it. Captain Reed. General Hale's voice drew his attention to where the man stood surrounded by a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on Reed's team. But the general was changing, his human facade cracking to reveal scaled skin beneath. Think carefully about what you're doing. The Draco offer humanity a place in their empire, structure, purpose. The Luminae, they offer only chaos, free will without direction. How many humans have you seen handle freedom responsibly? He speaks truth of a kind, Araxis's telepathic voice joined the chorus. The senior Luminae's form manifested partially, geometric patterns of light outlining an almost human shape. Humanity's development must be guided, but not enslaved. Let us show you a better path. Give us the key. We will ensure Earth's transition is no more manipulation, Mira cut in. Her light pattern surged with emotion as she fully materialized beside Reed. No more games. Show him, Araxis. Show him what you've hidden even from me. Reality shuddered. The quantum variance detector screamed as new timelines crystallized in the fragmenting air. Reed saw Earth's past unfold like pages in a book. The Luminae and Draco, ancient enemies, seeding competing influences in human development. Civilizations risen and fallen as test cases in their eternal war. Humanity shaped and reshaped like clay, never truly free to choose its own path. 1 minute to collapse, Emma reported. Her voice seemed to come from multiple directions as timeline fragments multiplied around them. Sir, the focal point is reaching critical. The air split open. Through the tear, Reed saw General Hale's true form emerge. A Draco Lord, magnificent and terrible. Behind him, more tears opened, disgorging reptilian shapes that moved like liquid shadow. The soldiers' weapons transformed, becoming crystalline devices that hummed with violet light. Enough discussion, the thing that had been Hale declared. The key, now, or watch your species burn. Reed looked at the crystalline key in his hand, then at his crew. Emma, Cooper, Martinez, all watching him with trust despite the madness unfolding around them. He looked at Nera, who had shown him truth without agenda, and at Araxis, who believed humanity needed to be led. He looked at the Draco Lord wearing his general's face, offering humanity a cage gilded with purpose. The quantum variance detector sparked and died, its last reading burning into Reed's mind. Every timeline converging on this single point, this one choice. He thought of all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the times he'd chosen comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, all the moments he'd let others decide humanity's path because deciding for themselves seemed too frightening, too heavy a burden. Maybe humanity isn't ready for the truth, Reed said quietly. Maybe we'll make mistakes, choose wrong, hurt ourselves. He straightened, meeting the Draco Lord's gaze. But they'll be our choices, our mistakes, our future. Timeline collapse in 10 seconds, Emma whispered. Reed moved. Not toward the array's control matrix, but toward its focal point. The crystalline key flared in his hand, responding to his decision. Captain. Multiple voices, human, Luminae, Draco, cried out in alarm. Some choices, Reed said, need to be unmade. He thrust the key directly into the focal point of the dimensional array. Light exploded outward as reality itself began to unravel. The last thing he heard was Nira's voice, tinged with something that might have been pride. And so, humanity chooses. The quantum dimensional array imploded, time fractured, and in that shattering moment, every possible Earth was wiped clean, every manipulation undone, every path reset to zero. A new timeline began, one written not by Lumini or Draco, but by humanity itself. In the end, that was the only choice that mattered. Consciousness returned like scattered light finding focus through a prism. Reed opened his eyes to a world between worlds. The crystalline dimension had changed, its geometric certainties replaced by fluid, organic shapes that flowed like liquid light. He floated in this luminescent limbo, aware that his body wasn't quite physical anymore. Next to him, Emma, Cooper, and Martinez existed as patterns of light and memory, their essences preserved in the space between collapsed timelines. The reset was successful. Nira's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, but it had changed too. Gone was the subtle manipulation that even she had carried. In its place was something rawer, more honest. Her form coalesced nearby, no longer trying to maintain humanoid shape, but existing as pure luminescence. Every timeline, every manipulation, every careful plan of both Lumini and Draco, all of it undone. Did we? Reed's thoughts felt strange, translating directly into light patterns that rippled through the space around him. Did we die? In a manner of speaking. Another presence joined them, Araxis, but humbled, his former geometric perfection replaced by something more natural. When you destroyed the focal point, you shattered every existing timeline. But your choice, your willingness to sacrifice everything to free humanity, it created something new, something neither we nor the Draco expected. The space around them shifted, and Reed saw Earth, not one Earth, but infinite possibilities being born, each one free of alien manipulation, each one truly belonging to humanity for the first time in its history. Your world is rewriting itself, Nira explained. Human choices, human consequences, no more shadowy guidance, no more careful cultivation, just freedom. What about us? Emma's voice carried concern for their team, even now. What happens to people who are caught in the collapse? The space rippled with what felt like Nira's amusement. You exist in potential now, neither alive nor dead in the traditional sense. You've become something new, witnesses to humanity's first truly free steps. Images flowed around them, the new Earth where the violet sky had never fractured, where Sector 7 had never been built, where humanity looked to the stars with wonder untainted by hidden manipulation. But there were darker images too, mistakes, conflicts, choices that would lead to hardship. They'll make errors, Araxis observed, without guidance. They'll learn, Reed interrupted. Even as patterns of light, his conviction burned bright. That's what you never understood. Humanity needs to make its own mistakes, face its own consequences. That's how we grow. Some of the Draco survived, Cooper noted, his essence picking up traces of their ancient enemies, trying to regroup in the spaces between dimensions. They'll try again. Perhaps. Nira's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. But Earth is different now. Protected. Protected by what? Martinez asked. By you, Araxis admitted. By what you've become. The choice you made. It didn't just reset timelines. It created guardians, watchers in the spaces between moments. Not to manipulate, but to preserve humanity's right to choose. Reed felt it then, a new purpose flowing through his transformed consciousness. He and his crew had become something beyond physical form, beyond single timeline and reality. They would watch, but not interfere. Guard, but not guide. The quantum variance detector, Emma's essence, brightened with sudden understanding. The warnings it showed us, that was us, wasn't it? Will be us? Time doesn't work the same way here, does it? No, Nero agreed. Here, all moments exist simultaneously. You'll learn to navigate them, to observe without directing, to protect humanity's freedom to chart its own course. Through the flowing light around them, Reed watched new histories taking shape. He saw humanity stumbling, learning, reaching for the stars on their own terms. Some paths led to triumph, others to tragedy, but all of them were genuinely human. What about the Lumini, he asked. Your own people? Nera's essence rippled with something like pride. Your choice changed us too, showed us that sometimes the greatest guidance is knowing when to step aside. We'll learn from humanity now, instead of trying to shape it. The space around them continued to shift, showing glimpses of Earth's new potential futures. Reed felt his consciousness expanding, adapting to this new form of existence. His crew moved closer, their essences harmonizing with his as they accepted their transformation from soldiers to witnesses. So we watch, Emma said softly. We protect, but we never interfere. We preserve their right to choose, Reed agreed, even if those choices are difficult to witness. Around them, infinity bloomed with possibility. Earth's new timeline was taking shape, free from ancient manipulations, genuine in its triumphs and failures, and in the spaces between moments, between choices, between realities themselves, 4 guardians made of light and memory prepared to begin their eternal vigil. The reset was complete. The true history of humanity was about to begin. History remembers nothing of the dimensional war. On a cool autumn morning in 2075, Dr. Sarah Chen stands before the United Nations, presenting humanity's first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal is elegant in its simplicity, prime numbers pulsing from a star system 40 light-years distant. No hidden manipulation, no secret agendas, just one species reaching out to another across the cosmic void. In the spaces between moments, Reed watches, his consciousness, now woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself, perceives every timeline that might have been, every path not taken. He sees the shadow of what was undone, the Draco's golden-eyed slaves, the Lumini's careful manipulations, humanity dancing on strings they couldn't perceive. But that's not what catches his attention today. Beautiful, isn't it? Nera's essence mingles with his own, both of them far beyond their original forms. They found their own way here. Together they observe the ripples of this moment spreading through probability space. In some timelines, humanity responds with fear, closing itself off from the stars. In others, they reach back with messages of peace and curiosity. In still others, they begin building ships to bridge the gap themselves. Every choice genuine, every consequence earned. The Draco are moving again. Emma's consciousness joins them, still carrying echoes of her human concern, gathering in the dark spaces between galaxies. Let them, Cooper's essence pulses with certainty. Earth isn't the same world they tried to enslave. Humanity isn't the same species they thought they could control. Reed focuses his awareness on the quantum variance detector that Dr. Chen's team used to find the signal. The device is elegantly simple, nothing like the corrupted technology that once tore holes in reality at Sector 7. Humanity developed it through their own ingenuity, their own understanding of the universe's deeper nature. They're about to make first contact, Martinez observes as they watch timelines crystallize around this nexus point. Real first contact on their own terms. The space between moments shimmers with possibility. Reed perceives Araxis and other Lumini observers hovering in their own dimensional pocket, watching with what feels like pride tinged with regret. They've learned to be witnesses rather than shapers, students rather than teachers. Some of them remember in dreams, Nira notes, her essence rippling through probability waves. Artists paint, crystalline cities they've never seen. Children look up at the stars and feel an echo of ancient choices unmade. But the knowledge doesn't guide them, Reed responds. It inspires them. They watch Dr. Chen activate the quantum variance detector, preparing to broadcast humanity's first official response to the stars. In the device's complex mathematics, Reed recognizes equations that mirror their own transformed state, humanity unconsciously reaching toward universal truths without alien interference. The detector hums to life. In the gathered crowd, Reed perceives infinite possible futures branching outward. He sees a young girl who will one day develop faster than light travel. He sees a boy whose art will capture humanity's first steps into interstellar society. He sees 1,000 choices, each one freely made. They're nervous, Emma observes, her essence harmonizing with the quantum fluctuations of human emotion filling the chamber. Excited, afraid, everything. They should be at a moment like this. Everything they need to be, Reed corrects. True feelings, not programmed responses. Real hope, not manufactured optimism. The quantum variance detector pulses, sending humanity's message to the stars, not in the violet light that once fractured reality, but in clean, clear signals that ripple through space-time like stones dropped in a cosmic pond. The message is simple. We are here. We are ready. We choose to answer. In the spaces between moments, Reed and his crew continue their vigil. They are not humanity's guardians, not really. That word implies too much control, too much interference. They are witnesses to humanity's first steps into a universe that no longer conspires to control them. Nira's essence stirs with a familiar question. Do you ever regret it? Giving up your physical form, your place in the timeline? Reed watches Dr. Chen's historic transmission ripple outward toward distant stars. He feels the weight of all possible, futures balanced on this single, genuine moment of human achievement. He remembers the choice he made in that fractured control room, choosing uncertainty over manipulation, freedom over security. No, he answers simply. They needed a clean slate more than we needed our old lives. The quantum variance detector's signals pulse outward, carrying humanity's first true message to the cosmos. In the infinite panorama of time and space, Reed and his transformed crew watch Earth's new history unfold. Not guided, not controlled, but growing wild and free as it was always meant to. So what now? Emma asks, her essence bright with curiosity about the endless possibilities stretching before them. Reed observes the myriad timelines branching from this moment, each one uniquely human, each one genuinely free. Now, he says, we watch them fly. In the United Nations chamber, Dr. Chen's quantum variance detector sends another pulse of prime numbers into space. Humanity reaches for the stars with hands unfettered by ancient manipulation, eyes clear of golden corruption, minds free to chart their own course through the cosmic sea. And in the spaces between moments, between choices, between the infinite possibilities of what might be, 4 guardians made of light and memory bear witness to humanity's first true steps into the unknown. This time, they walk alone, just as they should. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B, on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity review, pre-human signatories, your participation required, non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. "They're waiting for you," was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine; Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the Witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled Linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. "Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it." Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organization has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. And when humans deviate, Bryant asked. The 20th century, Dmitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles. Scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence, the witness added, not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable. Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. Why am I here? Because the treaties are up for renewal, Margaret said. Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time there's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dmitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dmitri said. Continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation. an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation. A deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship, because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied: sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilising through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilizes. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly. He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability, when societies were between symbolic systems. not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame, they were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question, feudal hierarchies were collapsing, the very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy, there was a cause, there was something humans could do. It was functional, it was monstrous. Both things were true. They let millions die, Bryant said to Dmitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. They let billions live, Dmitri replied. The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer, that's an excuse. It's both. Dmitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders, no archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different. Dmitri poured himself more tea. When people die within mythic frameworks, as martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story. Bryant thought about that. I'm not sure that's better. Neither am I, Dmitri admitted, but it's what we have. Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with a symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the men in black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the threshold guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The men in black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked." The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns, Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The men in black are one example. There are others. She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that used the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret, societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. "It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before." Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are, what? Pressure release valves? "Ritual containers," Margaret corrected. "Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework." Bryant sat with that. "So we're, what, cultists? All of us?" "We're participants," Margaret said, "whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating." He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The symbolic autonomy clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answer to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organization, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed, a man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious, conscious but empty, like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognizes error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop, not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds, then she collapsed. She was alive, but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone, the mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. Bryant recognized it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. "They're showing us what we asked for," she said. "Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed," Margaret corrected. "That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other." Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. There has to be a middle path. There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected. Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture. The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember, not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests, the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations, Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. Why me? He asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. This is why you were assigned to continuity review, she said quietly. Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely. The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. What happens to my work? He asked. My practice. You continue, Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns. Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even. But reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. "If I do this," he said slowly, "and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties?" The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. Humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, two populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually, but that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the perpetuity archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list, compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total, the mythic geometries that organised human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, "I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance." The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss, exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that, but he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. The final document in Bryant Mars' personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open, the choice remained available, and humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without, all of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end. Legacy of the Starcaller. Orion IV drifted, a sapphire marble veined with jade continents, nestled within the outer veil nebula's shimmering folds. It was a designated tertiary agri-world, a bureaucratic label that belied its fierce, quiet independence and the secret it guarded. For most of its 1 million inhabitants, life unfolded under the soft, diffused light filtering through the nebula's gases. Cycles of planting genetically tailored lumen wheat, harvesting crystalline energy shards from the planet's shallow mantle, and raising families in settlements carved into mountainsides or nestled in sprawling delta plains. It was deliberately unremarkable, engineered for obscurity. For Revan Solis, Orion IV was the only home he'd known since the orbital transport accident claimed his xenolinguist parents when he was 6. Now 17, tall and lean with eyes the colour of the nebula's deeper voids and perpetually ink-stained fingers, he lived in the tiered city of Ethelberg, perched on the edge of the Great Mesa. His official designation was Simulation Technician Apprentice, a title as mundane as the world itself. But the simulations Revan excelled at were anything but mundane. Housed deep beneath Ethelberg, in shielded chambers humming with power conduits drawing geothermal energy, lay the Oracle Array. It wasn't merely a collection of advanced VR pods, it was a nexus, a distributed remote warfare system of staggering complexity. Revan, along with a handful of other prodigies identified in childhood, spent hours jacked into the array, piloting sleek phantom starfighters through hyper-realistic combat scenarios. They were the Aegis program, Orion IV's hidden shield. Their targets, autonomous probes, pirate sorties, and exploratory vessels belonging to expansionist powers probing the Veil's edges, threats deemed minor by the distant, preoccupied core worlds, but existential to the isolated colonies. The pilots believed they were honing reflexes in ultra-fidelity games, competing for rankings on digital leaderboards. They were, in truth, Orion IV's unwitting first and only line of defence, their actions sanitised, their targets anonymised, their victories logged as system glitches or navigational hazards by unsuspecting aggressors. Revan was the undisputed ace. His intuition in the sim was preternatural. He flew the Wraith-class interceptor, a design allegedly based on salvaged alien tech, with an artistry that baffled his instructors and fellow pilots. He could feel the ebb and flow of a battle, anticipate vector changes nanoseconds before they occurred, exploit fleeting weaknesses in enemy formations. His call sign, Echo, was whispered with reverence in the sterile halls of the array complex. Outside the Sympod, however, he was just Revan. Quiet, intensely observant, spending his off hours sketching impossible starship designs in worn notebooks or debating theoretical warp field geometries with his closest friend, Kale. Kalen Kale Vance was Revan's opposite, a whirlwind of nervous energy, technobabble and grease-stained overalls. An engineering prodigy, Kale maintained the array's delicate systems, often bypassing standard protocols with ingenious, if terrifyingly risky workarounds. Soraya Vex, with her calm demeanour and steady hands, was training as a medic, her empathy a grounding force for their small group. And then there was Tyran Corda, a stoic orphan like Revan, who excelled in the physical defence training mandated for all colonists, his silence often more potent than words. They were an unlikely constellation of friends, bound by shared youth on a quiet world. The shattering of their reality began not with a klaxon, but with a tremor deep within the planet, followed by a sky bleeding crimson. The nebula's soft glow was ripped apart by harsh actinic beams lancing down from orbit. Explosions blossomed silently in the thin upper atmosphere, then roared as they struck Ethelberg. The Zereth Dominion had arrived. They were a rumour, a ghost story whispered in the darker corners of the galactic net, a relentlessly expansionist power consuming worlds on the fringe, methodical and utterly ruthless. Somehow, they had pierced Orionfir's veil of obscurity. The Oracle array pulsed, alarms screaming, defense protocols attempting to activate, but it was too late. Orbital strikes targeted the hidden power conduits, the array chamber buckling under the assault. Chaos erupted. Kyle, already deep underground, grabbed Revan, who was stumbling from a Sympod disoriented by the violent disconnect. "They found it, Rev! They found the array! We have to get out!" Soraya found them near the emergency access tunnel, her face pale but resolute, medical kit already slung over her shoulder. Tyran appeared moments later, grim-faced, pulling them towards a little-used subterranean transport conduit. "This way, leads to the old landing field south. Ridge!" Explosions rocked the tunnels. Above, Ethelberg was succumbing to orbital bombardment and ground troop landings. Zerath dropships, sharp-angled and obsidian black, disgorged armoured soldiers who moved with terrifying efficiency. The Planetary Defence Force, equipped for little more than policing actions, was being systematically annihilated. The Aegis program, designed for remote skirmishes, was useless against a full-scale invasion. They burst onto the surface into acrid smoke and the shriek of tearing metal. The old landing field was deserted except for one structure, a colossal, derelict ship half buried in the red dust, resembling a forgotten monument more than a vessel. It was ancient, its hull scarred and pitted, its design unlike anything known in current databases, vast, angular, yet possessing a strange organic grace. Locals called it the Stargale, a relic from a mythical past, dismissed as inert salvage. "Kale, can you—" Revan began, already working on it. Kyle was sprinting towards a maintenance panel near the immense landing gear, tools flying from his kit. Sparks showered as he bypassed centuries of disuse. A low hum vibrated through the ground. Lights flickered deep within the Stargale's viewport slits. A Zerath skimmer screamed overhead, plasma bolts stitching the ground near them. Tyran shoved them towards the opening boarding ramp, which was lowering with agonizing slowness. He raised a salvaged pulse rifle, laying down surprisingly accurate covering fire. Soraya pulled a wounded Revan, grazed by debris aboard. Kyle scrambled up last, hitting a sequence on the external panel before leaping onto the ramp as it retracted. With a groan that echoed through its ancient frame, the Stargale lifted. Dust billowed, engines whining with a sound unlike any modern drive system. It ascended slowly, clumsily, a leviathan waking from an eon's slumber. Below, Orionophore burned. Zerath fighters swarmed towards them. Inside the cavernous, dimly lit bridge, strange consoles flickered to life around them. Kale wrestled with unfamiliar controls. Power is minimal, systems are archaic, but the core drive is... wow! Revan strapped himself into the pilot's seat. It felt right. Alien, yet intimately familiar. Like the Wraith simulator, but infinitely more real. His hands moved instinctively, coaxing the colossal ship into a lumbering evasion as plasma fire sizzled past the main viewport. "We need to jump," Soraya yelled, pointing at a tactical display showing converging Zerath cruisers. "Working on it. This nav computer is different," Kyle muttered, tracing glowing lines on a crystalline interface. Suddenly the central console flared, projecting a three-dimensional hologram into the bridge's centre. It wasn't a standard star chart. It was a complex, multi-layered matrix of star clusters, nebulae, and swirling energy signatures, interconnected by shimmering pathways. At its core, a designation pulsed, softly. Federation Archives, Sector Starcaller Prime. Below them, Orionophore was being silenced. Above, the Zerath closed in. Ahead, the holographic map pulsed, a silent invitation to a forgotten past, a desperate gamble for a future. Revan gripped the controls, the Stargale responding sluggishly but surely. Their home was lost. Their secret was out. All they had was this ancient vessel and a map to a legend. The legend of the Starcallers, humanity's supposed ancestors, lost to time and myth. It was their only hope. The jump was jarring, less a seamless transition through hyperspace, and more like being violently shoved through crumpled reality. The Stargale shuddered, groaning like stressed metal, before settling into the eerie calm of FTL travel. The swirling vortex outside the main viewport stabilized into streaks of distorted starlight. On the bridge, the young crew exchanged wide-eyed glances, the adrenaline of escape slowly giving way to the crushing weight of their situation. Orionophore was gone, consumed by the Zerath Dominion. They were fugitives aboard a derelict Enigma, pursued by a relentless foe. "Status?" Revan asked, his voice hoarse. His hand still tingled with the unfamiliar resonance of the Stargale's controls. Kale, hunched over a console spewing diagnostics in an archaic script, ran a hand through his already messy hair. Core drive stable, surprisingly efficient for its age. Hull integrity, mostly holding. Life support functional, barely. Weapon systems, offline. Defensive systems, minimal energy shielding seems damaged or depleted. We're running on fumes and archaeological wonders. Soraya was tending to Revan's arm, her touch gentle but firm. "Minor plasma score. You'll live. We have basic medbay facilities, but supplies are limited and likely expired." Tyron stood near the viewport, scanning the distorted star lines, his posture rigid, scanning the void as if expecting an attack even in jump space. Their initial trajectory, plotted hastily by Kale from the Starcaller map's periphery, aimed for a region marked as Refugee Corridor Sigma, a supposedly neutral zone dotted with independent stations and asteroid mining colonies. But the Zerath were already anticipating them. Days blurred into a tense cycle of short jumps, navigating treacherous pockets of real space to avoid detection. They skirted the decaying grandeur of a Dyson swarm remnant, its solar collectors fractured and dark, a graveyard of ambition. They plunged through the Serpent's Tooth Nebula, a crackling labyrinth of ionized gas and gravitational anomalies that played havoc with sensors, Zerath long-range probes occasionally ghosting at the edge of their detection radius before vanishing back into the stellar haze. During these tense passages, Revan began his real training. The Stargale, despite its size, was surprisingly responsive. almost anticipating his intentions. The interface was unlike anything he'd used. Less button presses and joystick waggles, more intuitive, almost biofeedback driven. He spent hours familiarizing himself, running diagnostics Kale translated, pushing the ancient ship through simulated evasive maneuvers within the ship's own limited holographic systems. The muscle memory from the Oracle array was there, but the stakes were terrifyingly real. A missed vector wasn't a lower score, it was oblivion. He realized with dawning horror and awe that the simulations hadn't just been training, they had been conditioning, tuning his mind to resonate with a technology far older and stranger than Orionophia's engineers had ever admitted. Their supplies dwindled. The Stargale's recyclers were ancient and inefficient. Water discipline became strict. Nutrient paste rations were meagre. Hope felt as thin as the recycled air. The Starcaller map remained their only guide, its intricate pathways suggesting routes the Zeroth might not anticipate, hinting at hidden conduits and gravity wells. Kale worked, tirelessly, coaxing reluctant systems online, patching hull breaches with salvage plating from non-essential compartments, his usual manic energy focused into a sharp point of desperate ingenuity. Soraya monitored their dwindling resources and maintained morale with quiet strength, while Terran established rudimentary security watches and drilled them in emergency procedures. Their best chance for resupply and information lay at Kestrel 9, an infamous free station built into a cluster of hollowed-out asteroids on the edge of the Sigma Corridor. Known as a haven for smugglers, mercenaries, information brokers, and those generally wishing to avoid Imperial entanglements, it was dangerous, but potentially invaluable. Docking the Stargale, even under cloaking protocols Kale jury-rigged, was risky. The ship was too large, too strange. They opted to take a small, barely functional shuttle, salvaged from the Stargale's cavernous hangar bay. Kestrel 9 was a sensory overload, a chaotic symphony of clanging metal, overlapping languages, holographic advertisements flickering in a dozen scripts, the smell of ozone, exotic spices, and unwashed bodies. Docking clamps groaned, ships of every conceivable design jostled for space, and the station's inhabitants eyed newcomers with suspicion. Revan, Kyle, Soraya, and Terran, clad in scavenged and nondescript clothing, moved through the throng trying to appear inconspicuous. Their goal was information, and potentially an ally. The Starcaller map hinted at individuals or groups who might still hold knowledge of the Federation. Kale slicing into Kestrel 9's local network, a risky move shielded by layers of decoys, pointed them towards a notorious figure, Dren O'Connor. The name resonated with Revan. O'Connor was a footnote in obscure military histories, a highly decorated pilot from the Old Republic days, supposedly linked to early Starcaller research projects before a spectacular fall from grace involving accusations of treason and dereliction of duty. He'd vanished decades ago. Finding him here felt like grasping at myths. They found him in a dingy corner of a bar called The Void, nursing a glass of amber liquid that smelled vaguely corrosive. He looked older than his file suggested, his face a roadmap of cynicism and regret, but his eyes still held a sharp, assessing glint. He didn't look surprised to see them. "Let me guess," O'Connor rasped, not looking up. Young hopefuls, running from something big, stumbled across something old, looking for answers the galaxy doesn't want found. Am I warm? Revan stepped forward. We found a ship, the Stargale. It has a map. O'Connor choked on his drink, his eyes snapping up, suddenly alert. The Stargale? Impossible. It was a legend, a ghost story. He studied Revan intently. Who are you, kid? Revan Solis. My friends Kale, Soraya, Terran. Our home, Orionophor, was destroyed by the Zeroth Dominion. They're hunting us. O'Connor leaned back, skepticism warring with something else, a flicker of long-buried belief. The Zerath. Figures. They always sniffed around the edges of Starcaller space. What do you want from me? Absolution? Ancient secrets? I'm just an old man drinking himself into the void. Guidance, Soraya said softly. The map points towards Starcaller Prime, but the route is fragmented, dangerous. You flew these routes, didn't you? Before. O'Connor flinched. Before I made choices that cost lives. He fell silent, staring into his glass. Then, abruptly, alarms blared throughout Kestrel 9. Red emergency lights bathed the station in pulses of crimson. Shouts echoed from the main concourse. Damn it! O'Connor slammed his glass down. They found you. Or me. Doesn't matter. Zerath operatives. They don't do subtle. Gunfire erupted outside the bar. Patrons scrambled for cover. O'Connor kicked back his chair, pulling a heavy, well-worn blaster pistol from beneath his coat. Stick with me if you want to live. They'll have blockaded the main docking bays. There's another way. He led them through a maze of service corridors and ventilation shafts, moving with surprising agility. Zerath soldiers, clad in sleek black armour, appeared at intersections, plasma bolts searing the air. Terran moved like a shadow, providing cover fire, his movements economical and deadly. Kyle used his Omni tool to overload door mechanisms, creating diversions. Soraya dragged a wounded bystander into relative safety before rejoining them. Revan, caught in his first real firefight, felt a strange calm descend, his mind processing angles and threats almost like the simulator, but the smell of ozone and fear was nauseatingly real. They reached a secondary hangar, smaller and filled with dilapidated courier ships. O'Connor hotwired an old beat-up freighter. This junk heap won't outrun them for long, but it'll get us off this rock. As they blasted off from Kestrel 9, explosions rocked the station behind them. Zerath. Cruisers were already moving into position, establishing a blockade. Their escape was frantic, a desperate weave through station debris and panicked civilian traffic. O'Connor piloted with a grim familiarity, pushing the freighter to its absolute limit. They know about the Stargale now, O'Connor said, his eyes fixed on the swirling hyperspace transition. And they know we're heading into Starcaller territory. The real chase has just begun. He glanced at Revan, a grudging respect in his eyes. You kids didn't just stumble onto a ship. You woke up history, and history bites back. The escape from Kestrel 9 left them shaken but resolute. Dren O'Connor, cynical survivor turned reluctant guide, proved invaluable. His knowledge of forgotten hyperspace routes, smuggler caches, and the political intricacies of the galactic fringe kept them one step ahead of the relentless Zerath pursuit, which had intensified now that their quarry was confirmed to possess Starcaller artifacts. O'Connor piloted the battered freighter with seasoned skill, but it was clear the vessel was no match for Zerath military hardware in a straight fight. Their true hope remained docked invisibly in a nearby asteroid cluster, the Stargale. After a tense rendezvous, they transferred back to the ancient ship, abandoning the freighter as a decoy rigged to self-destruct after a short, misleading hyperspace jump. Back within the Stargale's strange, resonant interior, a new urgency settled upon them. O'Connor, despite his initial reluctance, seemed galvanized by the ship itself, walking its vast corridors with a mixture of awe and apprehension. I heard stories, O'Connor murmured, running a hand over a cool, seamless bulkhead. Fleet Command whispered about Pathfinder ships during the Outer Rim conflicts, vessels that didn't just travel through space but conversed with it, ships that could anticipate, adapt. They were deemed unstable, unpredictable. Most were lost or decommissioned. I thought the Stargale was just another space myth. Kale, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement, delving deeper into the Stargale systems with O'Connor occasionally peering over his shoulder, offering cryptic advice based on half-remembered technical briefings from decades past. "The power conduits," Kyle exclaimed, pointing at a complex holographic schematic he'd managed to coax from a secondary console. "They're not just carrying energy, they're resonating. It's like the entire ship is a tuning fork, Dren. And look at this. Shielded compartments, deep within the engineering section. Power signatures unlike anything I've ever seen." Following the schematics led them to a series of heavily shielded chambers deep within the Stargale's heart. Access required navigating security protocols that seemed almost biological in their complexity, responding to specific energy frequencies and, strangely, to Revan's proximity. It was as if the ship recognized something in him, an echo of the pilots it was built for. Inside, they found not dusty relics, but technology that seemed simultaneously ancient and light years ahead of current science. The first chamber housed rows upon rows of dormant fist-sized drones, shaped like multifaceted crystals. Kale scanned one gingerly. Incredible energy signatures, miniature cold fusion cores, and networked. They seemed designed to operate as a swarm. In the second chamber, they found the source of the ship's elusive defensive systems, emitter arrays linked to the hull, designed to project phased energy fields that could potentially absorb or deflect incoming fire, powered by tapping directly into the ship's resonant core. It was damaged, components misaligned, energy capacitors depleted. "This is Starcaller tech," O'Connor breathed, his usual cynicism replaced by reverence. Defensive screens that phase shift, drone swarms controlled by direct neural interface. This is beyond anything the Republic ever managed to reverse engineer. The challenge was activating and controlling it. The systems were designed for Starcaller pilots, whose neural architecture, legend claimed, was different, more attuned to the universe's fundamental energies. Kale could interface with the systems, painstakingly translating code and rerouting power, but direct control was elusive. Until Revan approached the primary drone control node. The console flickered, strange symbols swirling across its surface before resolving into a complex three-dimensional tactical display. When Revan placed his hands on the cool, crystalline interface points, he felt a jolt, not of electricity, but of information, a flood of data pouring directly into his mind, drone statuses, energy levels, tactical overlays. It felt like the Oracle array, amplified 1,000-fold. The Wraith simulator hadn't just been mimicking Starcaller tech, it had been subtly preparing him to interface with it. Their first test came sooner than expected. A Zeroth Hunter detachment, fast frigates and heavy fighters ambushed them as they exited a jump near a binary pulsar system. Alarms blared. "Shields are minimal, weapons offline," Kyle yelled, fighting the alien controls. "They're launching fighters," Tyron reported, tracking the incoming swarm on tactical. "Revan," O'Connor said, his voice tight. "Those drones. Can you wake them up?" Revan closed his eyes, focusing, reaching out with his mind through the interface. He felt the drones stir, their crystalline structures resonating. On the tactical display, dozens of new, friendly icons flared to life. He visualized deployment patterns, defensive formations learned in the simulator, but adapted to the Stargale's bulk. With a surge of mental command, he pushed. From hidden launch ports across the Stargale's hull, the crystal drones deployed, shimmering into existence like angry hornets. They moved with impossible speed and coordination, forming intricate defensive lattices, intercepting plasma bolts with bursts of sacrificial energy and darting through the Zeroth fighter formations, targeting engines and weapon systems with pinpoint precision lances of energy. The Zeroth pilots, accustomed to predictable dogfights, were thrown into chaos by the swarm's fluid, unpredictable tactics. While Revan orchestrated the drone defense, Kale and O'Connor worked frantically on the shield emitters. Following O'Connor's memory fragments and Cale's diagnostic readings, they managed to partially activate the phasing shield. It flickered erratically, absorbing several direct hits from the Xerath frigates before overloading. "Shields down," Cale shouted. "Drones can't hold them off forever," Soraya added, monitoring hull integrity. Revan scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. The Xerath frigates were moving to flank them, boxing them in against the pulsar's gravitational distortions. He needed an escape route. His eyes fell on the pulsar itself, its intense magnetic fields warping, space-time. An idea sparked, reckless, but potentially brilliant. "Cale, can you plot a micro-jump through the pulsar's corona?" Cale stared at him. "Are you insane? The gravimetric shear would tear us apart. The radiation..." "Not if we use the phasing shield," Revan countered. "Just a burst, timed with a jump initiation. Use the drones to clear a path through the ejected plasma." O'Connor looked from Revan to the tactical display, then back again. A slow grin spread across his face. The kid's either suicidal or a genius. Do it. While Cale frantically calculated the impossible jump sequence, Revan commanded the drone swarm, sacrificing dozens to carve a channel through the pulsar's boiling corona. Terran rerouted auxiliary power to the shield emitters. Soraya prepped medical supplies, bracing for impact. "Shield emitters charge for a 0.03 second burst," Kyle yelled. "Jump calculated. Engaging. Now!" Revan felt the command lock in. The Stargale plunged towards the binary stars. The drone swarm formed a desperate incandescent spearhead. Just as they hit the corona's edge, the phasing shield flared, bathing the ship in an ethereal glow. Simultaneously, the jump drive engaged. For a fraction of a second, they existed inside the star, protected by a bubble of Starcaller physics. Then reality twisted violently, and they were flung back into jump space, alarms screaming, the ship shuddering violently. Behind them, the Xerath Hunter detachment, caught off guard by the maneuver, was left staring at the raging pulsar. Silence fell on the bridge, broken only by the pinging of cooling systems and their ragged breaths. "Report," Revan managed, releasing the drone control interface, feeling mentally drained but exhilarated. "Hull integrity holding at 60%, Soraya reported after a tense moment. "Minor injuries, mostly bumps and bruises. We're alive." Kyle slumped back, wiping sweat from his brow. "Drive stable, shield emitters fried, but repairable? Drones? We lost about 30% of the swarm." O'Connor let out a long breath. "Starcaller tactics, using the environment, unpredictable jumps. I haven't seen flying like that since a long time ago." He looked at Revan, no longer seeing just a kid. "You didn't just learn to fly in that simulator, did you? You learned to think like them." Revan met his gaze. The Oracle Array, the Stargale, the drones. It was all connected. He wasn't just piloting a ship. He was interfacing with a legacy. And that legacy was fighting back. The Xerath were hunting them, but now they had claws. The desperate gamble at the binary pulsar bought them time. The Xerath, momentarily thrown off balance by the Stargale's unexpected capabilities and Revan's audacious tactics, seemed to regroup, their pursuit becoming more calculated, less frantic. This respite allowed the Stargale's crew, guided by O'Connor and the increasingly detailed projections of the Starcaller map, to navigate a series of ancient hidden hyperspace conduits, routes unknown to modern galactic charts, bypassing major Xerath patrols. Their destination, according to the map's convergence point and O'Connor's fragmented knowledge, was Ascendia, designated Sanctuary Primus in Starcaller script. Not their homeworld, the map suggested, but a nexus, a meeting place, a world deliberately shielded and hidden, deep within a nebula that mimicked subspace interference. Legend called it a haven, built during the twilight of the Starcaller Federation as a repository of knowledge, and a potential seed for future rebirth. Whether anyone or anything remained was unknown. Emerging from the final hidden conduit was like passing through a veil. The turbulent nebula resolved, revealing a breathtaking solar system. Ascendia wasn't a single planet, but a complex network of orbital habitats, crystalline structures woven into the fabric of space, orbiting a serene, Earth-like world bathed in the light of a stable, yellow star. Docking platforms extended like welcoming arms, energy signatures pulsed with calm regularity, and small, unfamiliar ships moved between the habitats on lanes of coherent light. It was not deserted. Hesitantly, using archaic Starcaller communication protocols deciphered by Kale, they hailed the system. The response was cautious, encoded, but undeniably intelligent. After transmitting identifying data from the Stargale, a ship clearly recognized by Ascendia's automated systems, they were granted docking clearance at the primary habitat, a colossal structure designated Ethelgard's Spire. As the Stargale settled into a docking cradle designed for vessels of its scale, they saw who awaited them. Not Starcallers in the flesh, their ancient lineage seemed truly lost to time, but descendants, inheritors, refugees. Representatives from a dozen different species and cultures, beings displaced by Zerath expansionism or other galactic conflicts who had followed whispers and fragments of lore to this hidden sanctuary over centuries. There were the insectoid Cathar weavers from the fallen Cygnus colonies, the crystalline silicates of the shattered Ophiuchus Combine, methane-breathing scholars from Gliese Phi 81 Dree, even a splinter group of humans from colonies long thought lost during the Neogenic Wars. Ascendia was a mosaic of the dispossessed, clinging to the remnants of Starcaller technology and ideals, living under a pact of mutual survival, but lacking unity and direction. Their arrival in the Stargale, a near-mythical vessel, sent ripples of shock and excitement through Ascendia's diverse populace. They were met by a council of elders, representing the major factions within the sanctuary. The initial meetings were fraught with tension. Some saw the newcomers, particularly the humans linked to the ship's command signature, Revan, as fulfilling ancient prophecies. Others viewed them with suspicion, fearing they had led the Zerath directly to the sanctuary's doorstep, a fear that felt chillingly plausible. Revan, thrust into the role of spokesperson by virtue of his connection to the Stargale, found himself navigating complex political currents. He spoke not of prophecy, but of shared threat. He recounted the fall of Orion IV, the relentless pursuit, the evidence that the Zerath were actively hunting Starcaller legacies. He demonstrated the Stargale's capabilities, the drone swarm, the phasing shield concepts, not as weapons of conquest, but as tools for survival. O'Connor, surprisingly, proved a gruff but effective diplomat, leveraging his Old Republic contacts or notoriety, and his understanding of military strategy to communicate the severity of the Zerath threat. Kale shared technical data, demonstrating how Starcaller principles could be adapted to bolster Ascendia's existing, though aged, defense systems. Soraya spoke of the humanitarian cost of the Zerath advance connecting with the refugees on a personal level. Tyron, observing the council sessions, identified potential security weaknesses in Ascendia's protocols, his quiet warnings carrying unexpected weight. Slowly, hesitantly, a fragile alliance began to form. The sheer fact of the Stargale's arrival, coupled with Revan's evident piloting skill, broadcast simulations of his pulsar escape were met with stunned silence, and his earnest plea for unity against a common enemy began to sway the council. He wasn't a messiah, he was a catalyst. He spoke of pooling resources, sharing knowledge, adapting Starkiller tech not just for defense, but for communication and mutual support. He inspired not through divine mandate, but through competence, courage, and a desperate shared need to survive. The Cathar offered their expertise in energy weaving for shield reinforcement. The Silicates provided raw materials and advanced computation. Others pledged ships, pilots, engineers, soldiers. Ascendia, a collection of disparate survivors, began to tentatively coalesce into a unified force. Revan trained pilots from different species in the Stargale simulators, adapting Starcaller swarm tactics to their unique physiologies and ship types. Kyle and Ascendian engineers worked feverishly, integrating the Stargale systems with the habitat's defences, creating a network of drone controllers and shield modulators. O'Connor, drawing on his decades of experience, formulated a defence strategy, identifying choke points, ambush zones, and fallback positions within the complex orbital structure of the Ascendia system. Soraya organised medical teams, preparing for inevitable casualties. Tyran oversaw the fortification of key sectors within Ethelgard's spire. Their preparations were spurred by a growing dread. Long-range sensors, boosted by Starcaller technology integrated by Kale, began detecting faint, stealthy energy signatures at the nebula's edge. Zerath scout probes, hunting for the source of the Stargale's energy. Trail. They had found them. The tentative peace of Ascendia was shattered. The alliance, barely formed, faced its first and potentially final test. Word spread through the habitats. The Dominion was coming. Fear mingled with resolve. They had found sanctuary, but now they would have to fight for it. Revan stood on the Stargale's bridge, looking out at the assembled fleet, a motley collection of Ascendian defence ships, retrofitted freighters, and fighter craft from half a dozen species, now networked and awaiting his command. Kyle monitored the strengthening Zerath signatures. Soraya checked medical readiness statuses flashing on a side console. Tyran stood by tactical, coordinating ground defence units within the spire. O'Connor stood beside Revan, a hand resting on the tactical plotter. "They're massing just outside the nebula," O'Connor reported grimly. "Fleet composition suggests a primary assault force. Cruisers, heavy destroyers, multiple fighter wings, led by the Harbinger, command carrier, Arik Yoda's flagship." The name sent a chill through Revan. Commander Arik Yoda, the architect of the Orion IV invasion, the face of the Zerath Dominion's ruthless expansion. "Let them come," Revan said, his voice steady, amplified across the Allied fleet's comm network. "Ascendia welcomed us when we had nowhere else to go. We found more than just a refuge here. We found allies. We found purpose. The Starcallers built this place as a bastion of hope. Today, we honour that legacy. We fight for our future, together." The gathered ships of Ascendia held their positions, a fragile shield against the coming storm. The Zerath fleet began to emerge from the nebula's obscuring clouds, a phalanx of dark, menacing warships against the serene backdrop of the sanctuary. The battle for Ascendia, and perhaps for the future of the Starcaller legacy, was about to begin. The Zerath fleet emerged from the swirling nebula not as a hesitant probe, but as an overwhelming tide of angular obsidian warships. The Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda's flagship, took centre stage, a vessel easily 3 times the size of the Stargale, bristling with heavy plasma cannons and launch bays disgorging swarms of sleek, predatory fighters. Smaller cruisers and destroyers fanned out, forming an inescapable crescent aimed at the heart of Ascendia, Ethelgard's spire. Their message was clear: surrender or annihilation. On the Stargale's bridge, the tension was palpable. Revan stood at the command interface, the Starcaller drone network humming under his mental touch, allied ship positions overlaid on the tactical display. O'Connor stood beside him, coordinating fleet movements. "Hold positions," Revan commanded, his voice echoing across the Allied comms. Let them commit. Kale, prepare shield harmonics. Pattern Delta. Terran, ground forces ready? Shields cycling to frequency, Kale confirmed, fingers flying across his console. Ascendian power grid is stable, feeding the orbital emitters. Spire defense teams in position, Terran's voice came back, calm and clipped. Holding fire until they breach the outer perimeter. The first wave of Zerath fighters screamed towards the Allied lines. Revan unleashed the combined drone swarm, the Stargale's crystals augmented by Ascendian defense drones, meeting the attackers in a dazzling chaotic melee halfway between the fleets. Lances of energy crisscrossed the void, explosions blossoming like deadly flowers. Simultaneously, the Zerath cruisers opened fire, heavy plasma bolts streaking towards the orbital habitats. Shields up, O'Connor ordered. Ascendia's newly integrated defense grid flared to life. Starcaller tech-inspired phasing shields shimmered around Ethelgard's spire and the adjacent habitats, absorbing the initial barrage. The energy drain was immense, Kale frantically rerouting power, but they held. Their shields are stronger than anticipated, Yoda's voice, cold and precise, echoed on an intercepted Zerath channel. Concentrate fire on the emitter nodes, deploy breaching pods against the primary habitat. The battle became a brutal three-dimensional chess match. Revan directed the drone swarms with fluid precision, anticipating Zerath fighter formations, sacrificing drones strategically to protect key Ascendian ships, exploiting momentary weaknesses. His time in the Oracle Array, honed by the desperate flight across the galaxy, allowed him to process the maelstrom of data with uncanny speed. O'Connor, meanwhile, commanded the Allied ships, executing hit-and-run attacks, drawing Zerath cruisers into pre-planned crossfire zones near gravitational anomalies created by Ascendia's orbital architecture. Cathar weavers piloted nimble interceptors, their organic ships dancing through plasma fire, while silicate vessels absorbed heavy damage, their crystalline structures refracting energy. Despite their ingenuity and courage, the sheer weight of the Zerath numbers began to tell. Shields flickered and failed on outlying habitats. Ascendian ships, valiant but outmatched, were systematically targeted and destroyed. Breaching pods slammed into Ethelgard's spire, disgorging elite Zerath shock troops. Terran's voice became tighter as he directed the desperate defence within the spire's corridors. Soraya's medical channels were flooded with casualty reports. Revan, we can't hold them indefinitely, O'Connor said grimly, watching a flanking group of Zerath destroyers punch through their screen. Yoda's focusing everything on the spire and the Stargale. He wants the ship and whatever secrets it holds. Revan looked at the Harbinger, looming at the centre of the Zerath formation, coordinating the assault. Taking out Yoda wouldn't necessarily stop the fleet, but it would cripple its command structure, sow chaos, and perhaps force a retreat. It was a desperate move, bordering on suicidal. Kale, Revan said, his decision made. Can you give me a focused burst? From the phasing shield, just the bow section. Enough for one pass? Kale's eyes widened. Through their main batteries? It's suicide, Rev. It's our only chance. Soraya, Terran, O'Connor. Coordinate the defence here. Buy me time. Revan's hands tightened on the Stargale's controls. I'm taking the fight to Yoda. Revan, no! Soraya cried out. He's right, O'Connor said, his face grim but resolute. It's a Starcaller move. Create chaos. Disrupt the head of the snake. Go, Revan. We'll hold the line. Revan nodded, pouring his focus into the ship. He directed the remaining drones in a feint towards the Harbinger's port side, drawing fighter cover away. Kale rerouted all available power to the forward shield emitter. Forward phase shield charge for 0.8 seconds, Kale shouted. Good luck, Rev. Revan pushed the Stargale's ancient engines to their limit, accelerating directly towards the Harbinger through a hail of defensive fire. Plasma bolts splashed harmlessly against the momentary flicker of the phasing shield as he activated it. plunging into the optimal firing range of the Zereth flagship's main cannons. For a heart-stopping moment, the Stargale flew directly through incandescent energy beams, protected by physics-defying Starcaller ingenuity. Then the shield collapsed, alarms screaming. The Stargale shuddered under glancing hits, but Revan was already through the gauntlet, now too close for the Harbinger's main guns to track effectively. He targeted the flagship's bridge section, unleashing the Stargale's own rarely used energy-intensive forward particle projectors, another Starcaller system Kale had barely managed to bring online. Beams of intense energy slammed into the Harbinger's bridge superstructure. Explosions ripped across the command tower. On the Stargale's bridge, they saw secondary explosions ripple along the flagship's spine. Aboard the crippled Harbinger, Commander Arik Yoda stared in disbelief as his command center disintegrated around him. His last sight was the ancient, defiant form of the Stargale filling his viewport. The destruction of the Zereth command center sent shockwaves through their fleet. Orders ceased, formations faltered. Seeing their chance, the remaining Ascendian defenders, rallied by O'Connor, pressed their advantage. Cathar fighters harried the confused Zereth cruisers. Tyran's ground team successfully repelled the boarders from Ethelgard's spire as Zereth morale plummeted. Leaderless and facing unexpectedly fierce resistance, the Zereth fleet began a ragged, disorganized retreat back into the nebula, leaving behind shattered ships and the burning wreck of the Harbinger. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over the Ascendia system, broken only by the crackle of comms coordinating rescue and repair efforts. They had held. Against overwhelming odds, the Sanctuary had survived. On the Stargale's bridge, the crew slumped in exhaustion and relief. Revan leaned back, the mental strain of controlling the drones and the ship through the final assault leaving him drained. "They're retreating," Soraya whispered, disbelief in her voice. Kyle let out a whoop of exhausted triumph. "We did it! Holy scrap, we actually did it!" O'Connor clapped Revan on the shoulder, a rare, genuine smile touching his lips. "That was piloting, kid. That was pure Starcaller." Tyran's voice came over the comm, still calm but with an undercurrent of relief. "Spire is secure, borders neutralized." Ascendia was saved, but the cost had been heavy. Yet, from the debris and loss, something new was forged. A true alliance, hardened by fire, united by the shared victory. In the aftermath, Ascendia became a hub of rebuilding and renewed purpose. The disparate refugees, now bound by shared sacrifice, formally established a new council, dedicated not just to survival, but to actively resisting Zerath expansion and rediscovering the lost network of Starcaller worlds hinted at in the Stargale's archives. Revan Solis, no longer just an orphan pilot from a forgotten colony, stood as a symbol of this resurgent hope. He, Kyle, Soraya, Tyran, and even the cynical Dren O'Connor were hailed as heroes, the crew of the legendary Stargale. But Revan knew their victory at Ascendia was just one battle in a much larger conflict. The Zereth Dominion, though dealt a blow, remained a powerful force in the galaxy, and the secrets of the Starcallers were still largely unknown. Standing once again on the bridge of the Stargale, fully repaired and humming with ancient power, Revan looked out at the starfield displayed on the main viewport. Beside him stood his friends, Kale, already tinkering with upgrades, Soraya, coordinating relief efforts, Tyran, overseeing the ship's renewed security, and O'Connor, poring over the Starcaller map, a new light in his old eyes. Their mission was clear: take the Stargale back out into the galaxy, seek out other hidden sanctuaries, rally more allies, and carry the fight to the Dominion. They would be the vanguard of the rekindled Starcaller legacy, champions for the lost and the oppressed. Ascendia was safe for now, a beacon of defiance, but the true journey to reclaim freedom for the galaxy guided by the whispers of the ancients and the courage forged in adversity, had only just begun. The Stargale turned towards the endless possibilities of the void, its engines singing a song of ages, carrying the hope of a new dawn into the waiting darkness.